Hello, everybody! How are you doing this fine Sunday? I'm back with Lore Sunday with Mr. Final Fantasy. And boy, I've been excited all week for today. And it's so great that today we're absolutely... Oh, hold on. Why can't I change my little buddy's expressions? Of course, there'd be one thing I'd forget. Let's see. Is it working now? What the heck? Oh, well. You'll just, see my little corporiker with, stiff face for a while, I guess. How odd. Hey, I can switch faces like this. Oh, well. Oh, well. This is how it goes. Oh, Kosen, you're here. Hello. Yay. Oh, everybody's here. This is going to be a great day. Oh, Owlin, you're right here too. Thank you. All right, I'm taking a sip. So a few things changed while I was away. Our boy is now looking iconic. His axe isn't the same as like the poster boys, but otherwise, I got him a glamour plate. So I was able to take off all his accessories and stuff, but he still has the stat gains from them. So my boy is looking iconic. We love to see it. All right. Aw, thank you, Kosen. And thank you for shouting out Owlin. So we are in Camp Dragonhead, and I thought I'd start with a little interesting tidbit about Camp Dragonhead. As we kind of found out last week, and as people who have played through Heavensward would undoubtedly know, this is, Camp Dragonhead here is a fortress held by House Fortemps, one of the four high houses of Ishgard. So this is House Fortemps' sigil, which is a red unicorn over a black field. And it's derived from a legend that it was a horned stallion which first guided the Elezen to Kurthus. It is said that the unicorn led them to where Camp Dragonhead now stands, which is where we stand right now. And ever since, the sons of House Fortemps have served there as gatekeepers of Ishgard. Consequently, this has ensured that of the four high houses, House Fortemps is the most accustomed to dealing with outsiders, such as me, leading them to often be called upon in matters of diplomacy. Unlike other Ishgardian fortresses, Camp Dragonhead has an intercessory set aside for the dedicated purpose of receiving foreign dignitaries and ambassadors. And it helps explain why Lord Orshifon is so accommodating and friendly to us, because, well, part of that's just how he is, and part of that is that's his family's way, his house's way. But our business was done at Camp Dragonhead. What we were instead going to do is we were going to run this way, because we heard news that Cid's airship may have crashed into Stone Vigil 5 years ago, or that's where it was last seen. But Stone Vigil is an Ishgardian fort, I guess, that was taken over by the dragons. So it's not going to be easy getting in there. And so we were directed to go to White Brim Front to get permission to go to Stone Vigil. Anyway, this is actually the way into Ishgard, the Gates of Judgment. across this really long bridge over the abyss, Ishgard would be about right here. However, we're not permitted to go to Ishgard yet. Let's see what happens if I go all the way through here. Hey, can I go to Ishgard, Marcelon? What business have you here? Speak quickly. What kind of place is this? You stand within the gates of judgment, the sole means of entering the holy see of Ishgard. Only those deemed worthy in the eyes of the Fury may pass. However, by order of His Eminence, that being the Pope, the Archbishop of Ishgard, no outsiders are admitted for the foreseeable future. Begone before I have you forcibly removed or worse. All right, I get the picture, but what do you do here? I am Sir Marcelon, Knight of Ishgard and Keeper of the Gates of Judgment. With my life, I am sworn to defend this great ingress from our enemies. That being the dragons. It matters not who you are or claim to be. If you do aught to rouse my suspicions, I shan't hesitate to shorten you ahead. Watch your step, adventurer. Okay, I get it. What about you, gate guard? Can I go in? None shall pass through the gates of judgment who have not been granted leave to do so. In order to enter Ishgard, you must have heaven's word. All right, I get the picture. What do these guys have to say, Loanne? The light of the holy sea shines on Kurthus and illumines it from the highest peaks to the blackest tunnels. What need we fear from dragons and unbelievers? All right. Shaunole, you seem a little more lightly armored than the others. See you, what has become of the stately gates of judgment? I was but a babe in arms when I first passed under its fragrant shadow. 1,000 curses upon the dragons, for they would mar all I hold dear. Oh, you mean the damage? Yeah, it does seem a little damaged, doesn't it? It looks like it's seen better days, at least. Conversation is an indulgence unbecoming the protectors of Ishgard. Never shall I drop my guard, for Dravanians and unbelievers rest not in their connivance. All right, I get it. I'll leave then. Fine. I'll keep heading east to Whitebrim Front. So here we are in Whitebrim. So when one peers north from atop Whitebrim's jagged cliffs, one can spy the holy sea of Ishgard. However, we're having a fucking whiteout blizzard right now, so we can't actually see Ishgard, or else it would be right over there. Yet, if she were to look down, they would see naught but an endless sea of white clouds. And for this site, and this site is for which Whitebrim was named. Well, I guess that is rather white down there, but you could see the clouds better if we weren't having a blizzard right now. Anyway. Or we weren't having a whiteout right now, or fog, or whatever. Yeah, this is the right way. Okay. Ah! We're starting to see something. Now, I believe we're at the right place, since we were told that House Durandare holds Whitebrim Front, because they've been placed, the Stone Vigil, which used to be run by House Einart before it was taken over by dragons, was put under the responsibility of House Durandare, which had a more robust military to try to take it back. All right, am I at Whitehood Front? Brunadier, I'm supposed to come here. You desire an audience with Lord Driamond, do you? Ha! I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. I have a letter from Lord Orshafon and from Lord Francel. You gotta let me in, bro. What do we have here? Letters from Lords Orshafon and Francel, is it? A likely... Oh, you're serious. What to do? What to do? Well, can I come in or what? Your timing could not have been worse, traveler. Lord Draimon's attentions are focused solely on the stone vigil at present. In any case, it is not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Alboise. Yes, Sir Alboise can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. Is it Amboise or Amboise? Fucking French, I don't know. Anyway, here we are in White Brim Front. Under the command of Lord Draemon of House Durandare, White Brim Front is a relatively new outpost established for the purpose of quartering the temple knights tasked with retaking the stone vigil. Oh, Alphino's here. Hey, what's up? Time is a resource we can ill afford to squander. We must gain entrance to the stone vigil without further delay. Bro, aren't you cold with that, like, weird-ass cutout on the side of your shirt? Alright, I guess who I'm looking for is in here. Oh, it's a little cozy in here. Got a nice hearth going. Got a little kitchen. Joyo. I thank you for your concern, but these are no battle wounds. I merely slipped and fell on my backside, that's all. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sid, here you are. If the Enterprise is indeed inside the stone vigil, then we must convince Lord Draemon to cooperate. Alright, who am I looking for? Who am I looking for? They're not up here? Well, what's going on here? Charmine, this kind of looks like a little infirmary. Not enough. I've not enough medicine. Not enough supplies, not enough hands. Valor is all very fine and good, but brave is like to turn into bedridden, and ideals don't sharpen the saw blades. The saw blades? Youchie. I hope there's no saw blades in your future, Phrygia. Lawrence, please be safe. Estidian. Things are fairly calm at the present, but as soon as there's a sortie, we shall have our hands full again. We could use another Kyurgeon, certainly. Rot-row. Senota, she's gone, and I couldn't save her. Resources are extremely limited at the front lines, so some patients must make do with food and bed rest. We cannot be expected to dole out medicine to each and every one. That's bad. That sounds bad. Anyway, where's this person I'm supposed to find? Is there another floor? Are they... Oh, I remember. They're downstairs. I remember now. You're in here. There you are, Sir Alboise. Alboise? Alboise? Sir Bernardier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you that he is mistaken. I had the impression he was offloading the burden onto you. Lord Draemon hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for High Kyurgeon Astidien. Hey, I was just talking to him. I know exactly where he is. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs to show your letters to him? All right. And what do you think you're doing here? These supplies are not to be touched without permission. Know that I will not hesitate to use force to stop you if necessary. All right, all right. I just want to take a peek. Although you guys don't seem to have all that many supplies. All right, I gotta go up here. Go in here. Up the stairs. And Astidian. Are you here to visit a patient, sir? What's this? Letters of introduction from House Fortom and Einart. With documents such as these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir... Gudernau? Gudernau? He should know Lord Driemon's, present whereabouts. Gudernau? Something like that. I gotta run everywhere. Rienai? White Brim fronts under the control of House Durandare, one of the 4 high houses of Ishgard. White Brim will be where the thrust comes from, you'll see, when they retake the Stone Vigil. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Nivi? You are not going to make me leave, are you? I know I've no right to be here, but it's cold outside and there were wolves chasing me. I belong here about as much as you do. You're fine, girl. Ombeline? Gods, I'm so hungry. I must eat something soon, lest the sentries mistake the growling of my stomach for that of ravenous scalekin. Everybody's hungry. Theophilon? How can I expect to fight on such an empty stomach? I'm not derelict in duty. I'm incapable of duty. You know what? That's fair. Clotarion? It's not uncommon for the men to make excuses in order to avoid their duties. I understand why, though. When the dragons come, the sentries standing guard are the first to die. Oh, shit. That's bleak. Uskine? It's all manner of cold outside. Wet, dry, stinging, lancing. Unless I can get some hot food into those knights, it will take the heart from them. Ostifor? An empty larder, a full barracks, an inadequate kitchen. Is there any cook with a worse lot in life? Yeah, none of you seem very happy to be here. Can they really take back the Stone Vigil if Ishgard's not even, like, giving the people at the front what they need? Alright. Gudernau, you're the one I was supposed to talk to. What reason have you for barging into... Oh, I see. Well, you are in luck. Lord Driemon is just up these stairs. Letters or no, though, I would not expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. You had best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. Show proper respect, and it shall be returned in kind. Okay. You may partake the warmth of our hearth, but never forget that within these walls, the word of House Durandare is law. Okay, okay. What about you two, Fossilian? I have a plan to retake the Stone Vigil, but a mountain of problems to solve before I can even go to my commander. A man dreams of glory, but an army must think of success. Alright. And we got... Inyamortel? Strategy, sticky flummery, a spear held thusly, dragon skewed thusly. What need for a plan beyond this, I ask? Oh, so you two are talking, you're like, we just gotta bonk him on the head, and this guy's like, wow, I sure want to, but strategy's important. Alright, Lord Giamon, you're the guy I'm supposed to see, finally. Sir Gordonu permitted your passage. Very well, speak. Orchifon's letter and Francel's letter? You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Driemont. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We are come to Kurthis to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sidnan Garland, who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive? But that's impossible. Indeed, it is, my lord. This fucking guy again. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in white brim front but 3 mysterious strangers? Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the Calamity, and 2 scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these 3 seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment, I nearly believed this mummer's farce. No! You 3 will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it. And until you declare your true intentions as well. God damn it, this fucking guy. Thank you, Guillaume, motherfucker. It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, mister, we must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Driemont's trust. Understood? Thanks, bro. Inquisitor. Common is the nation which has warred with its neighbors, but our neighbors are dragons, relentless and merciless creatures. Through generations of conflict and sacrifice, we have honed our warcraft with fire and blood, all to survive, all to triumph. Anything less, and we would not be here today. Okay. Eliazin? What is it? I am not in the habit of chattering while on duty. Unless you have pertinent business, be gone. What do you do here? I am a knight sworn to the service of House Durandare. The name may mean little unless to an outsider, but it has the distinction of being one of the high houses of Ishgard. Under its proud standard, I have fought the dragons in more campaigns than I have fingers to count. Beasts though they may be, their cleverness and cunning are not to be scorned. If our people are to know peace, we must destroy every last one of the accursed creatures. What kind of place is this? White Brim Front has ever been a key outpost in the war against the dragons, and even more so now that the Stone Vigil has fallen. But you may be assured that we do not mean to sit idly by. House Durandare has called its banners, and all its sworn swords and lances are amassing to retake the Stone Vigil. When our forces finally march, see to it that you are not underfoot. Okay, fine. Alright, we gotta figure out what to do now. Well, this guy has something he wants. Unlike other more menial tasks, Sir Focilien would send you on a mission of some importance. Adventurer, I hear some of my brother knights have made of you a drudge. By the Fury, set your sights higher. I have for you a gallant mission. Slay the Dravanian outwatches that trammel our steps. They are as dogs, cherishing the Dravanians in the wordless forests of their minds. Every thought or fairy ring that vanishes by nightfall. Brandish these dragon scales when the outwatches are near, and they will come. Alright, I get to fight some Dravanians. Okay. Y'all got some menial tasks for me to earn your trust? You, the lad responsible for that commotion upstairs. Aye, word travels fast in White Brim Front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Driemon's mind. If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. Oh, he sounds like a pretty good commander. Went over the barracks and he's sure to take notice. How, you asked? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contain no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could prepare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. 'Twouldn't be a quality meal, 'tis true, but it'd be a damn sight better than nothing. If you've a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Danafin Pass? And take this bottle of vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. Oh, okay. What do you want, Fuskine? Do I have enough? Ah, no, I'm full on quests. Alright, I guess I'm, gonna slay a mud puppy. How close is the... Oh, it's way out there. I can do that on the way, when I'm on my way to Stone Vigil. Alright. So we need to head to Danafin Pass. And it looks like the weather's cleared up. So maybe we can try looking over the edge of White Brim Front again to see if we can spot Ishgard. Yep, there it is! So we couldn't see any of this earlier because the weather was so bad. But if we look over White Brim Front, we can see Ishgard in the distance. That's the Gate of Judgment where we were before. And across this bridge is Ishgard in the distance. And it's like an endless abyss of clouds below. That's why they call it the Sea of Clouds. You can even fish for fish in the Sea of Clouds. So it is kind of like a sea. Oh wait, I need to go this way. Wait, no, I need to go this way. I just wanted to check out Ishgard. This guy's beating up some chinchillas. Funny. So this is Danafin Pass. Oh, it doesn't have its own little... Oh yeah, it does. Here we go. Danafin Pass. Ishgardian scripture asserts that this winding cavern is the selfsame one traversed by Saint Danafin long ago. As a result, pilgrims from the Holy See attempting to walk in the saint's footsteps are a common sight. Now, we've come across Saint Danafin a couple times now. Like, the Weeping Saint, which was that kind of a pool of water where we found the, some of the warrior armor. It was called that because the waters that trickle there are said to be the saint's tears from when he went to the grotto and came to mourn for the maiden that he loved that was murdered by a basilisk and later vowed retribution on the fiend and its kin. So, let me get the... So, since he's come up a couple times now, I guess I might as well talk about Saint Danaphin, one of the saints of the Fury. Ishgard has a few saints that they hold in high regard. Okay. There are a surprising amount of saints, so I have to take a second to look for the right one. Here he is. Oh, it's the very first one on the list. All right, Saint Danaphin and the Basilisk. When the Basilisk came, the fishermen's poles, which once bristled on the banks of the Veladina River, vanished from view, replaced with the sprouting of mercenary spears. Yet even these hardened fortune seekers could find no counter to the beast's deadly gaze, and the forests of petrified flesh soon crowded the riverbed. Just when it seemed none remained to challenge this monster, there appeared an itinerant knight by the name of Sir Danaphin. The peril lay in meeting the creature's eyes, not in being seen by them, he proclaimed, and thus he pad his helmet's visor to render himself blind. Tracking his prey by the sound of its scraping claws alone, the knight stalked and slew the terrible basilisk. Danaphin was celebrated for his valor and daring, and raised up as a saint blessed of Halone. And that's why the Ishgardians like him so much. I'm not... Does the Veladina River reach Kurthus? But since he's a knight, he probably is from Ishgard. The Veladina River definitely passes through Urabania and the Black Shroud, so maybe it kind of goes to Kurthus if it's long enough. But that's actually but to be fair, the Black Shroud isn't very far from here. And apparently that basilisk killed his maiden lover, and that's why he had to go slay it. A ravenous mud puppy emerges from the depths. Okay, I'm supposed to use this item on it. This, yeah! Ouchie! Oh, I dodged it. All right. Oh, the dark cider vinegar. Ow. Hey. Oh, I gotta use it while he's doing an AoE at me. Okay. Bro, I'm a tank. Just try to kill me. Okay, here we go. Why has it got such a long cast? Woo! I did it. All right. Wait, I need to get my chocobo buddy out. Come on, Karagi-kun. All right, here we go. All right, we did it. So we got some salamander tail meat. Great. Hopefully the boys will like this. Getting my bearings down this road. So how's everybody's Sundays going? It didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. No, actually, the vinegar worked wonders. Here you go. Mud puppy tail meat. A cross-section of meat sliced from the tail of a spotted mud puppy. The bone has not been removed. Oh dear, remind me never to wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road, this should only take a moment. I'll just need to do this, and voila! Never seen a man cook steak this fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here. And up above. Wow, this guy... You cook as fast as I do when I'm doing my culinarian thing. I was just imagining him doing the little culinarian animation. Alright, Teofilon, would you like some hot steaming steak? You there, lad, don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. Man after my own heart. What are my crafter skills at now? Let's see when I'm done talking to this guy. Yes, yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. I like this guy. All right. This is where I'm at. Rather equal because I've been trying to, off stream, I've been trying to do, like the Grand Company turn-ins. Trust me, this is a concerted effort. My levels of crafting and gathering on my main are not nearly as equal as this. Alright, Sir Ombelin? We ought to at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this God's forsaken waste. Here's your mud puppy steak. The rubbery texture of mud puppy meat will ensure your jaws grow exhausted before your belly grows full. Well, I guess it's better than no meat. Is that a fresh cooked steak? Hallone's blessings be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Fortnight? No, I'm just kidding. Hold on. Oh, up above. Right, he said up above. Yeah, since I'm a warrior now, I'm just kind of gonna be looking like I'm going in Super Saiyan mode at all times, most of the time. Sorry to say. Inya Mortel, would you like some meat? Ever must we train to maintain our skill at arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance. Take this. You are God's send, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Durandare must do more than its fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Alright, I think we've got some happy soldiers. Whee! Who's G'day, you're clipping through my bird. It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, eh? Ah, but I've forgotten about the hard-working chirurgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking the steak to Sinota? She is doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Yes, sir. Is that a gorilla just now? I've got some steak, express delivery, piping hot. Shit, she was on the first floor, wasn't she? Express delivery for Yeah, where did she go? For... Yeah, she really was upstairs. For... For you! You! Beg your pardon, sir, but I am busy attending to this man. I will be with you in a moment. Is that... Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic! Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. Yay, they're happy. And I got some food too. Either raptor stew or knight's bread. Well, knight's bread sounds very Ishgardian, so I'll have this. A hard, leavened rye bread traditionally eaten by the knights of Ishgard. Sid, you got something for me, bro? Might I have a word with you, mister? It concerns the Kyurgens. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs, you see. Alembics, like what we were using as alchemists who do make medicine, so that tracks. So I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 3 ice sprites. Though commonly used to reduce the temperatures of alchemical mixtures, there is a way to alter their properties so they draw the cold within, rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. Who am I to question Sid Garland? Right. Another free company invite. I haven't had one of those in a while. They must think I look cool. Although I do still have the sprout over my head. Where are the... There would be more ice sprites the other way, wouldn't there? Yeah. Oop. Get it? Dragonfly? They're not true dragons, though. I think I can look them up. Yeah, dragonfly. Well, neither dragon nor flies. Dragonflies nonetheless have close ties with both, blindly serving dragons as scouts, outflyers, and forward troops in the Dravanian horde, while consuming large quantity of flies, the Vilekin being a staple in the dragonfly diet. So, this will be revealed more later, but dragons are not technically scalekin, but since they are so lizard-like, I guess, they're able to bring lesser scalekin into their thrall, basically. So dragonflies were just like little flying lizards, and the dragons made them their bitches, basically. Oh, yeah. I can, defeat the Dravanians like that guy wanted me to do. Put the dragon scale out here. The diamond hard fire resistant scale of a mighty Dravanian. Oh shit. You hear an adoring whine close by. Wow, these dragonflies really do like dragons, huh? All right. And while I'm at it, I'll go beat up another ice sprite. All right. So back to White Brim Front. Turns out I didn't actually go that far away. So before I turn in that other quest, I'll just go to Sid first. Excuse me, I'm gonna ride my chocobo up the stairs. Have you obtained the cores? If so, please show them to me. Ice Sprite cores. So cold! These cores are said to freeze the very air around them, making them perfect for cooling drinks on an especially hot day. What an amazing device, but is it truly an Olympic, sir? I've never seen its like before. I, too, am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I've no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder... Ware thee, the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. This asshole again! You're getting really annoying, guy. Guillaume. Their earnest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. Bro! Not this again, you asshole. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers. God damn it! You guys really pissing me off. Why does that man detest us so? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Yeah, we gotta do something about that guy. Before we can persuade Lord Driamond to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Guillaume that we are not his enemy. But just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Curthus. Perhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people of White Brim Front. Share your findings with Alphino in the square. I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there. Yeah, he does very, very smart boy like that. Whee! Oh wait, could I... Oh yeah. You who fell on his back. Inquisitor Guillaume? Yes, of course I know of him. Alas, I have not seen him since the day he came to White Brim Front several moons ago. He just went up and down these stairs. I guess you weren't looking in this direction. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in the snow that day. And I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in a darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. Oh, that's how you hurt your back. There was more to it. When I woke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end, Inquisitor Guillaume rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, sir, and I hope to one day repay his kindness. Oh boy, well, that doesn't help our case of getting him off our ass. Is there somebody upstairs we can talk to? Or is it another person downstairs? Yeah. Albois. Inquisitor Guillaume, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak, unbeliever. We have learned of your deeds at Witch Drop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you! God damn it! What about you, Patrick? Under Inquisitor Guillaume's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us. Oh, great. I keep my fresh ingredients outside. Tried bringing them back once. Come morning, they were hard as rock and just about as tasty. What about you, dude? Do you like him too? I thought we were bros. The Holy See has decreed that Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halone's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect. Oh, that was a very, even answer. I appreciate it. And I guess I'm gonna help out this guy. I did it. I beat the dragonflies. The dragon minions are dead? Now, do you not feel like a man grown with honor intact? Know that you removed one of the obstacles to the retaking of the Stone Vigil. How like the Dravanians to send their mindless servants to do the dirty work. We have the advantage over them, for all who serve Ishgard do so free, proud, and clear of thought. How can I help you, Buskine? Buskine finds himself besieged by the mighty Rat King and seeks an adventurer's assistance. The King Rat must die. We've got a rat problem, and if nothing's done about it now, we shall soon have a supply problem and a plague problem. They're no more content with the kitchen than the potboy is, and have a run of the outpost. They feed off our scraps. Unwanted guests at a meager feast. See if you can't have a good look around and roust up a few to slay. Rats! Ooh! Rotting vegetables. You feel beady eyes upon you. It's squeaky. Damn. All right, Alphino, what do you think? Yeah, bro, you're not dressed for this weather. In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate. I realized it soon after our arrival, but paid it no mind, as I had hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Whew. Well, it's no good if you get hypothermia, you dumbass. Like, never mind. Our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained, mister. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Guillaume's motivations. You're gonna freeze to death, boy. Why did your mom get you that outfit? Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness that he knew he saw outside the eastern gate, yes? But the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived at White Brim Front, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply the Inquisitor came from north of the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Joileau is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Dumbass. He's only a dumbass for now, I say it affectionately. He has a long way to go. Hello, Gravy Robber. Welcome to the stream. How's your Sunday going? Mayhap retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery. Alright. So we're killing rats and we're trying to see if this Inquisitor is a rat. So this is the Eastern Gate. But it doesn't look like... Doesn't look like what we need for the quest is out here, but this is what Alpha No means. You got the Eastern Gate here. If you were to come from the north, it's like literally a cliff, and he's like, that doesn't make any sense. But, oh, what's down here? Hold up. There's a path going down this way. Hello? Alright, a skeleton of a dragon. Okay, or frozen dead dragon. Oh no, somebody fell down. The air begins to crackle with ethereal energies. Oh, plasmoids. Is this 2 people's worth of plasmoids because we're both doing the exact same thing? It's going okay. About to play some... Let's see if I can get this right without copy-pasting, lol. Under Night and Birth EXE late CLR. That... What kind of game is that? Right, what's in the snow mound? Anime fighting game. Oh. Hello? Inquisitor Corpse? It's clearly Guillaume? Wait, but this Guillaume doesn't have a soul patch. That other Guillaume has the soul patch of evilness. That's how you know he's evil. But if Guillaume's right here and dead, then who's soul patch Guillaume above? Well, I think we got an imposter on our hands. Isn't that interesting? What do you think of this, Firminon? The true test of a knight comes against the foes he cannot slay. The cold is indeed harsh, but the snows shall only serve to harden my resolve. Okay. You didn't see anything weird that night? Right, Alphino? Things just got real interesting. You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. Oh, what are you saying? It's like the third or fourth version of it, like how there's Street Fighter 4, then Super Street Fighter 4, then Ultra. Oh, okay. It's like the third or fourth version of this game that was originally a PS3 fighting game. Man, so it's been around for a while. Made its way to this late CLR version. CLR version on PS4. Oh, wow. They've been at the same game for a while. Bloody Encyclical. The scroll contains what appears to be an official papal appointment to the position of Inquisitor. So when the Archbishop does do things, it's still called a papal appointment. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guillaume. Newly come to Curthis and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we've yet to discern his true identity or why he has decided to oppose us. Oh! Yeah, I tried to mess with my audio settings a little bit. It sounds really good. Oh, thank you. I've had this mic for a month or two now. I took off, I had a limiter on because when I was playing Okage Shadow King, I was screaming so much because Stan is really loud. So I put a limiter on so I wouldn't blast out anybody's ears if I was screaming and like the compressor wasn't getting it fast enough. But I heard that kind of made me sound a little electronic, so I took it off and messed with the noise gate, so I was hoping that would make me sound better. So if it does, yay! I tried it. It's a USB. It's a HyperX Solocast. Purple Tests helped me pick it. But yeah, I've had this mic for a little while now. Oh, yay! Sounds great. Yeah, it was totally a Purple Tess's recommendation. Dale, thank you for shouting out Gravy. Oh, I'm so glad it sounds good. I'll have to listen to the VOD later. I've also been trying to like mess with how the microphone is positioned and stuff, and then I know because this room is kind of echoey. So I try to keep my mouth like close to the microphone because if I start getting far away, it starts to echo, I think. So if I'm closer like this, I think it sounds better. I think it still echoes when I yell though. We must proceed quickly, mister, before he learns that his deception has been discovered. Since Lord Draemon has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of two high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim... Yes, mayhap that is the only way left to us. confront Sir Joalot with the evidence that you discovered and see if it helps him recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the Enterprise. Alright, bro, I hate to break it to you, but you saw a zombie. Or, like, someone pretending to be a dead person. Oh, you have returned. Is there something else you wanted to ask? Yeah, check this out, bro. The Inquisitor is an imposter. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He is a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that this is all a lie? If you are so certain that your ludicrous story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she served the Inquisitor. She helped the Inquisitor carry me here, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life. That's fair. I guess I'll have to get Prunilla to snitch on him then. You! I do not believe I know you, sir. Pray move along and trouble me no more. No, actually, I do mean to trouble you. Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know not of it, not at all. Doubt. What? Do you doubt my words? Away with you. I will suffer your slander no more. Press X to doubt. Doubt. Oops. Doubt. I don't know about this. You know, don't you? Fury take me, I prayed this day would come. When Sir Joalot gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy, but what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I'd never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Joalot and I would be spared, but if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried Sir Joalot to the infirmary, and on his first night in White Brim Front, Inquisitor Guillaume was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Driemon, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing. Until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest sitting southeast of White Brim Front. So I took several from his chest and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfire Locks. As I had hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Einart, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Helone, forgive me for not acting sooner. Oh, so them overstepping their hand, all of those rosaries that I found in those shipments were sent by you. You did good, Prunilla. You did good. All right, so we got to search southeast of White Brim Front. Oh, first let's kill a rat. Sorry, Patrick. Excuse us. I gotta kill some rats. Southeast. Suspicious box. Is it full of draconian rosaries? Let's see. Draconian rosaries. Ho ho ho. I think we got the evidence we need, Alphino. Oh, I'm just gonna go straight to Lord Dreamon. Okay, Lord Dreamon, we got trouble. That's evil. Soul Patch, imposter. Inquisitor Guillaume. Not the real one. Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the Stone Vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. I have this bloody encyclical in this box full of draconian rosaries. There had better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this papal encyclical? Fury take me, the Inquisitor is a heretic? Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, mister, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal imposter to justice. With pleasure. That thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes for Snowcloak even now, and intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has branded heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength, mister. Together, let us put an end to this imposter's heresy once and for all. But I just realized I've never seen, like, a proper Hrothgar Dragoon before. Neat. Let me out. All right, we gotta go save some poor bastard being sentenced to death. All right, shit. I went out the wrong exit. There's a little camp here. What do you guys do? Lancefer? Lancife? I have my own reasons for volunteering for this expedition. This icy bulk holds my heart, and not a day or night in the last 5 years have I not felt the weight of winter upon my breast. See you later. This is Ordalik. You saw Snowcloak, I take it. There is a settlement further west, a hamlet by the name of Falcon's Nest, on the other side of the ice cliff now, of course. Oh, Falcon's Nest, we will find that eventually. We will go there eventually, but, so this ice cliff was not always here. This happened after the calamity. That's Snowcloak. So we gotta help him. Good to have you with us, sir. When Lord Draymond arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? Hell yeah. With pleasure. I want to beat this guy up. The heretic among us. Among us. You needn't tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Halone's halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? Oh my god, she's one of the expeditioners, like with the camp over there. By all that is holy, I swear to you, I have never questioned the teachings of Halone. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Draymond, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am at present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain! I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. See evil soul patch. Evil laughter. Ah! Grave allegations indeed, but you will find your logic flawed. How can I betray that which I owe no allegiance? No, Lord Draymond, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You, whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence? Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. But I know you will not hear me, deafened by dogma as you are. If you desire retribution, Lord Draymond, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Ravanian fang and claw. He sure is a heretic. Draymond the Honest. We're gonna help him out. Show the heretic no mercy. He must pay for the blood he has spilled. Ignorant swine, you will soon know the futility of your faith. Oh, I don't have Storm's Eye yet. Damn. Where are the other... Oh, they haven't jumped down yet. Oh, you! Do you see, heretic? You and your allies are no match for the might of Ishgard. How wrong you are, Ishgardian. I have been blessed with power far beyond your ken. Come, my brothers, grant me the strength to smite our enemies. Dragon's blood. Oh, he drank dragon's blood and became an Evis. Look at this. I am reborn! Stand your ground. 'Tis but an illusion. Nope. It's not. He actually turned into a dragon. A dragon stands before you, yet you do not flee. No, I'm just cool like that. Your magics have no power over me, heretic. No! No! It cannot be! Alright, I'll try to get this wyvern too. I got him. We did it. My glamour's dispelled. So you didn't actually turn into a dragon. Damn. I guess Lord Dreamon was right. But some people, when you drink dragon blood, you can actually transform forever. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. Well, sorry, I'm alive. Huh? But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, Whitebrim Front shall fall. Defiant to the last. Leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Mister, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. He's still breathing, but I guess he will freeze to death out here if they leave him. You should never have been asked to intervene with Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you to our midst. It is past time that you were reunited with your airship. But this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray visit me at Whitebrim Front, and bring your associates. Yay! We're finally going to Stone Vigil! Let me turn up game audio a bit. It's a bit low, isn't it? Or wrong bar. Let's see. There we go. That's more like it. Wait, wrong way. That's Snowcloak. Hey, we saved your buddy. By the way, how's the streaming look? Does it look choppy? A little. I'm not sure how to fix that until I upgrade my laptop. But not bad. Great, that's awesome to hear. Thank you. That's good enough for me for now until I upgrade. Where have you been, mister? The false inquisitor has been slain, has he? Yes, well, this was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. Okay, whatever 16-year-old. Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. I know we gotta get the airship and fight Garuda. Right, whatever, Alpha No. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. As I'm sure you will agree, it is past time we entered the Stone Vigil. Pray, pay Lord Driemon a visit and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow on. You could do that yourself, bro, but I guess it's better coming from me, huh? I need to find that I need to find the Rat King. And then I'll do that. I have a task to do. Where's the Rat King? Well, it's not out here. Where's that rat? Not out here. Where is it? Aha! Thank you, adventurer, for letting me realize where they are. Wait, I need my bro. Come on, Kroggy-kun, yeah. I should probably do 2 Basalt Greens. Alright, I killed a bunch of rats. Good and well. That's fewer of the vermin to get at our larder. They remain too numerous, however. There must be a large nest somewhere down below. Kill the king rat, and the common rats will lose heart. Something both we and the dragons know well. Oh, great. I've tracked the rats as well as I can. They look to slip outside as often as not. There must be an opening that leads to the nest somewhere outside the stronghold. Alright, now I'll kill the king rat. Is this where I can speak to Mr. Final Fantasy? Yes! He's right here! Hello, Spectre! Welcome to Mr. Final Fantasy's show. He's looking more Mr. Final Fantasy than ever. I just need to get him the relic weapon. How you doing, Spec? Yes, this is indeed where you can find Mr. Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, I did my adventurer plate, if any of you guys didn't see. This is my new adventurer plate. The official one for the stream. I'm hoping he'll draw him in. Doing some splat? Awesome. People like adventure... Mr. Final Fantasy, but he's romanceable. Yeah, exactly. People like adventurer plates. Like, I've seen people get pissed that other people haven't set up their adventurer plate yet when they're like trying to examine random people. It's me, I'm people. The Rat King! Let us Kill the Rat King. It's so big. Die, Rat King. All right, we did it. Now we're the king of the rats. That's how the line of succession in the Rat Kingdom is decided. The strongest rules. Therefore, Mr. Final Fantasy is the king of the rats. Oh, the relic weapons. Oh, they're overrated, but I want to do it for the look, and also because relic weapons have lore. So I'm not gonna do all of them because I don't hate myself that much. I'm just gonna do enough to get through like the story bit. But also I don't know much about relic weapons, so y'all gotta help me when I get that far. That's the end of the king, is it? Well struck. We'll see less of the foul little things, I expect. That said, do they not say in your fair home city that rats abandon a sinking ship? Perhaps I should rightly take it as a good omen that the rats deign to stay in Whitebrim. Yeah, maybe it's not as bad off as you thought. All right. Now, Lord Draymond, please let me go to Stone Vigil. Please, please, please. Run. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillaume would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand. But you must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Damn, Alphino! Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Sid's airship, it's not your airship, Alphino. Yes, yes, of course. It's the very least I can do, given all that you have done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Dravanians that now hold the ruin. In part, yes. I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we have been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Kurthus, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Dreamon, but there is no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without Ishgardian aid. Yeah, we're tough. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Nautilon of your pending visit. May Halone guide you, Scions. Thanks, Riemon. Yay, we finally got a friend. Another friend. A Durandare friend. Everybody else in Durandare hates us so far. I trust you will not discuss the events which transpired at Snowcloak too openly. The heretic is dead, and the lords of the high houses know your deeds. That is what matters. Okay. Alright, we're finally going to the Stone Vigil. Woo! Oh shit, I gotta go down another level. Right, here we go. Here we go. That's the stone vigil ahead of us, all frozen over. These dragonflies all over the place because they're kind of the forward guard of the Dravanians, and they've taken over this area. Hail, mister! Lord Dreamon has apprised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you will. Stone Vigil, now accessible. Woo! Alright. Alright, we're gonna see our Scion friends again. Lancer and Conjurer and Thaumaturge. Conjurer still rocking that earring, my blonde twin. Here we are in the Stone Vigil. Whoa! That's a dragon. And now I'm looking like proper Mr. Final Fantasy. Let's go. So, one of the 4 watchtowers built to serve the Holy See of Ishgard in its war against dragonkind, the Stone Vigil forms a defensive line with the Steel Vigil across the Sea of Clouds. The Steel Vigil is also taken over by the Dravanians and fucked up. It used to be a defensive line. So it used to form a defensive line across the Sea of Clouds, flanking the city as stalwart sentinels. Following the calamity, however, it was overrun and occupied by Nidhogg's horde, their presence a sharpened claw upon Ishgard's bared throat. Under orders from the Vault, Hauster and Dare meant to commence a siege to retake the fortress, stationing their knights at Whitebrim Front. But the years passed with nary any progress, and the Dravanians remained firmly entrenched. Prior to these events, seeking to give battle to their enemy in the sky, Ishgard had engaged the assistance of the Garland Ironworks to develop airships. Hangars were constructed in the Vigil for preparation, and it was there that Sid Garland left his craft, the Enterprise, before the Battle of Cartano. Oh, the final flight of the Enterprise over... So it didn't crash into the Stone Vigil. Sid landed it there on purpose because it was built as like infrastructure for airships. But he just forgot about it because he's still recovering from his amnesia. Oh my god. If he had totally recovered from his amnesia, he could have told us, oh yeah, it's at the Stone Vigil. I left it there. That's the reality. Man, so they were all working together and they all totally forgot about it. Man, stay vigilant. These dragons are said to be formidable. Hey, you! Oh wait, fuck. Here we go. Oh, dragon. Whoa! They got my friends. I guess there's just 2 of these, right? I can keep pulling. I feel a little bit more like I can take care of myself. Things got a little dicey before if I was trying to pull more than one group with Conjurer, Boy Wonder over here. So yeah, if you have not seen the new and improved Stone Vigil, there were a lot less of a trash mob in that room. A lot fewer enemies in that room. There we go. All right. This ought to do the trick. Okay, so this is Chudo Yudo. What a weird name. Alright, y'all ready? Where is it? There they are. Slow asses? Okay. Ah, fire! Yay, they assumed me. What a good boy. Wait, what am I doing? Ow. Ow. I was certain we were done for after that. Well, we're good, okay? Trust me. Oop. Yeah, this is Countess Scalekin. I think I mentioned 1 or 2 episodes ago. So dragons can also bring them under their thrall. And here's an Evis. All Evises used to be people. And they probably, like, took too much of that dragon blood and turned into Evises. I kind of always liked that, the ice sprites coming in through the window. Well, there's nothing in here, right? No baddies. I can just grab this treasure chest. And who's gonna stop me? Nobody. Oh god. I'm home gang! Haha! My first successful home gang ever in my life. We can't go that way. So we have the most changed fight. This used to be indoors. It's not anymore. It's crochet. So these cannons over here are called Bertha cannons. And they used to be part of the mechanic. Ow. But not anymore. Oh, shit. This ought to do the trick. So it was this dragon that set the halls ablaze. I suppose. Whoa. This way. Alright, what now? Like this, haha! Woo! That was fun. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun to tank. All right. Hopefully we have no more fires to worry about. Oh yeah, that was the dragon that was breathing fire at us that whole time. I never put that together before somehow. Almost forgot my treasure. So yeah, we don't shoot old Bertha anymore, but the frozen remains of Bertha are still here. As a reminder of the past. So these Evises used to be people. Also, wait, I didn't even stop to say every single one of my buddies was safe and did not get killed when the Waking Sands got raided. Way to go, babies! You didn't get killed by evil old Olivia. Thank you. Thank you for still backing me up. So our dungeon crawling buddies survived the purge. Whoa there! All right. Now we open the strong room gate. Look, it's the Enterprise. Yes, just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. The dragon is not our concern. We have come for the airship and only the airship. Sid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare it for launch. Mister, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, we may need you to provide a distraction until we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? Yeah, brat, I can. That settles it then, shall we, Sid? As you command, little kid. Tiptoe, tiptoe, don't wake the dragon. Tiptoe, tiptoe. La Brea? So you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting. Most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests, a testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Ixal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, slayer of Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle, assuming, of course, you live that long. So you're gonna wake the dragon, La Brea. What an asshole! We were trying to get done with this without waking him up. Alphino, the dragon! Confound it all! Thanks a lot, La Brea. Oh shit, and you're even like fucking up the dragon with darkness or whatever. Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer. Oh my god, La Brea messed up the dragon. Alright, so this is Isgibin. Alright, Isgibin, a dragon of Nidhogg's brood. Isgibin flew in the main host of the assault on the Stone Vigil. After the stronghold's capture, he was given its command and charged with keeping Ishgard in check. Possessing peerless mastery over ice magics, he could draw great power from the frigid climes of Kurthus. Alright. So Isgibin's been here in the Stone Vigil ever since it was taken over. So is this all La Brea's magic around here so we can't just escape on the airship until Isgibin's defeated? Thanks a lot, La Brea. Anyway. Ow. Shit. Wrong time to pop berserk. Oh, don't want to stand over there. Whoa, ice breath. So cool. No pun intended. Ow. What is this chill in the air? Oop! Don't want to stand over there. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Yeah, some of the changes to the AR dungeons are so refreshing. Yeah. I like how the multi-breath thing is only at the end, so it's not like it's been staying up in the air forever. It's real nice. Healing for all. Also, those rhyme wreath, like, puddles aren't all over the place anymore, making our life hell. Whoop. Yeah, we did it! Woo! Yay! Dun dun dun! Yeah, we did it! Do you like my fashionable blonde twin, Scion Conjurer? Oh, he's taller than me. What the fuck? That's not fair. We're not twinsies anymore. You're taller than me. What now, La Habrea, loser? Oh, a crystal. Ice crystal. We got a whole bunch now, right? Five now. So we just need one more wind, which I assume we'll get from Garuda. We're pretty close. We're pretty close to gathering all the Dragon Balls. Mister, are you all right? Speak to me. I look fine, don't I? 12 be praised. I feared the beast had injured you. Aw, Alphino, you were worried about me? I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. So they couldn't see what was happening inside because La Habrea blocked their view. Thanks a lot, La Habrea. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. Wow, Alphino. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. Right when I thought you were worried about me, you're like, yeah, it would have been inconvenient had I had to find a new champion. Damn, they gotta melt the snow out of all this. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride. Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. 'Tis a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state. But if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If all are in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set a course for the Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. Alright, let's fly! Woo! This is all so familiar. I know this airship. If I could just... Damn, Sid is jacked. Ah, it's no use. Let's go. Hey, it's liftoff! We did it! The long journey to get the Sid's airship back succeeded. Now we just gotta not die on our way to Gridania. When I look at her, I feel as though I've come home. I can think of no other way to express it. Ah, how I've longed for the more agreeable climate of the Twelveswood. Yeah, you're not freezing your ass off anymore, boy? Yet I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? Yay! Why do you tarry, mister? Our work is not yet finished. We must press onward until the Harpy Queen lies broken at our feet. All right, kid. It calms me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising. You did design and build her. You're ruining the mood, Alphino. I bear good news. The Seed Seers have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to prepare her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert in the workings of airships, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sid? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to matchwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Ah, confound it. There must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements? But of course, that's it. We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see. You propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. God damn it. Though mayhap not to you, mister. Yeah, I know. I know you went to the studium, kid. We speak of the manifestations of over-aspected ether that can be found throughout Eorzea. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace. These are all the big glowy orange crystals that are everywhere. That's what he's talking about. Which has been a cause of great woe, as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All of this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might. A scholar by the name of Lamberton, who resides in Camp Drybone. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at the church. Well, Marquis met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or for want of a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies, corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was as a result of these conversations that poor Marquis was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. Mister, I need you to return to Thanalan and seek out this scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. Well, now that we have some time to stretch, we should do our long-awaited quests in Gridania, which I couldn't get done last time at all because we did not have occasion to come to Gridania. Okay. Let me out of here. Oh, I can get out this way. Alright, let's go meet my buddy old boy, Master Baetin. God damn it, I hope Rowan's not here. Alright, here you go. It's been a while, sir. Is your lance ready? I'm eager to see what you have wrought. Yeah, here's your iron lance. With materia. You do not disappoint, mister. Your lance exceeds my expectations. These formidable weapons were originally intended for use by the Ishgardian cavalry. Hey, I just met some Ishgardian cavalry. Well, I didn't really see many chocobos, but still. And were designed with the aim of maximizing their bearer's effectiveness on the field of battle. By utilizing the speed of his mount, a lance-wielding knight could easily deliver a devastating blow that would cripple, if not outright kill. But this mode of attack placed significant strain on both the rider and his weapon. Should the latter fail, the knight would be left defenseless. Needless to say, the Iron Lance proved to be anything but prone to failure, eventually prompting Gridania's Wood Whalers to adopt it as their own. Differences between the modern Gridanian weapon and the Ishgardian original are not so substantial, amounting to little more than a smaller van plate. Our lancers do not require the same protection as a mounted knight, you see. Fascinating, is it not? The history our weapons carry and how they change and evolve to meet different demands. Truly, all things possess potential for growth. Weapons and armor, forests and cities, and aspiring carpenters. Remember this too, mister. Yes, sir. The Iron Lance is a marvelous weapon, not because it does not bend at the moment of impact, but because it does not break. To bend, yet not break, to endure and persevere, and finally triumph. When I gaze upon this lance, I am reminded of the singular importance of resolve, a quality I saw in you when you first joined us, and that will serve you well in the future. Whatever troubles you may face, remain resolute as an iron lance and you will succeed. Why, thank you. So nice of you, Bayatin. Oh, wait. Ha! I can take these. Alright, what now, sir? Oh, mister. You look well. If you have come in search of work, I fear I have nothing to offer. Though, if you have no other pressing responsibilities, you might consider spending some time with the younglings in the acorn orchard. The workshop has demanded my full attention of late, and I have been unable to see them myself. That will be all, mister. Well, he seems more depressed than usual. Yeah. Phaeton always hangs out with the kids in Acorn Orchard. How you doing, Nicolio? Also, look, things look a little Halloween-y around here, don't they? Hey, you're one of those adventurers. It just cackled at me. Hey, you're one of those adventurers that joined the guild. Phaeton's down in the dumps. Is he? No wonder he hasn't visited in ages. I've seen him like this before. I'll bet it's because he can't think of anything new to make. He's no fun when he's like this. I prefer it when he's waving his saw around and threatening to tie his useless new apprentices to Fagaga's gift and drown them because that's a water wheel. Wait, I know. You're a pretty good carpenter, right? Then you can make high-quality walnut lumber. You know how he's always saying stuff like, you must know the wood and all that? Well, I bet if we gave him some really good wood, it'd cheer him up in no time. God damn it. I bet it would. I know it sounds a bit strange, but then he is a bit strange, isn't he? No, he is. And we have to try something. I miss the mean old Phaeton. I love Phaeton so much. Wait, I accidentally made high quality walnut lumber. I can actually deliver this because I accidentally made some already. Let's do this then. Leave me be, mister. I must focus. Maybe what is this malaise which plagues me? I thought myself resolute as an iron lance, and yet I have some wood. I got some high quality wood right here. Yes, I feel it. I feel it. This high quality walnut lumber. It is your handiwork, is it not? Dense, durable, and expertly finished. There is no doubting your skill, mister. Walnut furniture was once quite popular in Ul'dah. Mayhap we could revive that tradition. Or better yet, produce a sturdier base for a new vamplate design. The possibilities are endless. Thanks to you, mister, it seems I am now paralyzed with indecision. I know that feeling well. How you have grown in so short a time. You remind me of a dear friend, another soul possessed of great passion. Though we walked different paths, we pushed each other to give nothing less than our utmost. Don't tell me I'm gonna meet this guy. He even helped me through those times when inspiration failed me. I see much of him in you. And so I know I can hold you to the same high standards. Return to your work, mister, and do not disappoint me. All right, Bae. Much better. All right. Oh, we are gonna meet the guy. Phaeton's special guy. It is good you have come, mister. Your talents are needed for a commission. The client asked for you by name, in fact. It would seem that the adventurer turned carpenter has earned himself a reputation. You are to craft a walnut cane of unparalleled quality. When it is ready, bring it to me. I will not permit you to deliver anything less than perfection. Yeah, because you don't want to deliver anything less than perfection to your favorite guy, I know. Anyway. Where's the... Oh. I want to take this quest that the Serpent Lieutenant's got. Scarlet. A bad bladder. Oh! 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 We might be picking up our first Beast Tribe quest. Hello! Mister, we have ourselves a situation. Our scouts out at Atot Spire have sent word that the Ixal are attacking their position. They report that they have already weathered a sudden strafing run by one of the Birdmen's blasted war balloons, and casualties were high. Have you ever seen these Beastman dirigibles? The Ixal stock them with explosive munitions and rain hell on their targets below. Even should they float within bow range, the balloon skins are thick and difficult to penetrate, though it can be done. Thus, the spires we constructed throughout the Twelveswood are Gridania's first line of defense against assault from the air. 'Tis frustrating indeed, then, that recent conflicts have left them undermanned. I need you to head to the North Shroud immediately and lend your strength to the garrison at Atot Spire. I am certain Captain Guithrit will appreciate the help. What about you, Vorsi? My boy Vorsi, what you got for me? Seeking solace. No! What can I get rid of? Are there any in Gridania I can just get rid of? This one. Well, let's just finish the other Gridania quests first. Let's do Archer. Wait, let me double check what I need to do for Archer. Yeah. Oh, they got all decorated up for Halloween at the Archers Guild. Or, oh wait, not Halloween. What's Halloween? All Saints Wake. Ahem. They got all decorated for All Saints Wake up in here. We will be talking about All Saints Wake next Sunday, October 30th. Alright, Silver, what the fuck do you want to say to me? So you have returned. A passable performance for an adventurer, but the bare minimum for any archer. I carry with me generations of Wildwood tradition, a tradition built upon the bones of the many outsiders who tried to take what is ours. It was my ancestors who first learned to conceal their presence and fight from the shadows, to hold the enemy at a distance, to protect the weak. All of it, everything was... this is a waste of time. You cannot understand. Whatever, bro. But if you are so intent upon following the footsteps of my people, I bid you go to the North Shroud. Well, I was told to go there anyway for the Ixal too. Ixali scouts have been sighted near the river west of Aetot's Spire. Hey, I was supposed to go there anyway. And, unless you are entirely ignorant of Gridanian history, I need not explain that this act of aggression is part of a centuries-old conflict. The minions do not matter. It is their leader, Nezul Katlan, the Violator, who must fall. He commands the scouts and will be well guarded, yet he stands upon hostile ground with birdmen and not walls for protection. If you are diligent and determined, you can slip through their defenses and slay their leader. Isn't this a job for someone a bit slightly above my pay grade? You just really want me to get rid of me, right? This is the art of the Gridanian archer. Embrace the wisdom I have bestowed upon you, and the fight will be short. If you see the deed done, adventurer, I will take it as proof of your commitment to us and labor no more to drive you from the guild. Now go. Now he's just laboring to get me killed first. Great. But I'll show him. Alright. What next? I still need to go outside to do Conjurer. So how about Leatherworker? That's the last Botanist. Leatherworker and Botanist, okay. Yeva, my lady, here you go. Are the leggings ready yet? I trust you didn't forget to attach Nateria to it. Yes, here you go, here you go. I made it high quality just for you. Well, they could be worse. I don't know how long you've been about this adventuring business, mister, but did you know that leggings were once no more than strips of cloth or leather? It's true. We used to wrap each leg with a single long strip from ankle to knee. Nowadays, of course, designs which extend to the thigh are much more popular. Soft, lightweight leggings like these provide the balance of protection and flexibility demanded by the wood whalers, the god's quiver, and adventurers like your good self. Based on your leggings, I'd say you understood well the importance of these qualities, not to mention the basics of materia melding. Indeed, if I were to judge your performance on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give you a 6. No, a 7. Oh my gosh, give us praising me. I got a 7 out of 10. The remaining 3 points, you ask? Quite simple, really. Your leggings were made from skins, which were taken from living creatures. The 12's wood is filled with a wealth of life, which we leather workers must take in order to craft our products. Do you know how that owl goat lived? How it was killed and skinned? You understand how these skins find their way to our hands. To understand this process is to understand life itself. Those leather workers whose creations truly deserve the name of Fenil have faced this burden and accepted it. To them, it's simply truth. Therein lies the difference between the good and the great. Your leggings are fine, mister. It is you that needs improvement. Call me an incurable optimist, but I do not think that is beyond you. I would not ever think to call you an incurable optimist, Geva. Study your materials and learn their history. Practice your craft and keep discovering new techniques. That is still your path forward. Yes, ma'am. And who knows? Mayhap one day I'll allow you to represent the guild in the annual exhibition and pit your skills against the finest craftsmen in all Gridania. Of course, that day, should it ever come, is yet a long way off. Still, it is good to have a goal, however distant, is it not? Yes, ma'am. Guildmaster Geva appears to be upset, though it would probably be wiser not to. Perhaps you should see what is troubling her. Oh, he'll pay! I swear by Louis Soir's beard, I'll tear the skin from his... Ahem! By Louis Soir's beard? Mister, it's good that you are here. Listen to this. An old Don merchant has set about blackening the guild's good name. He claims that some toad leather we sold him is, and I quote, of inferior quality. You heard me, inferior! The gall of the man! I swear to you, I would be the very soul of contrition if his allegations were proven true, but they just seem so utterly unthinkable. Why, he claims the leather was unevenly tanned and still reeking of toad slime. It's clear that whoever made the leather didn't know the first thing about working toad skin, which means there's no way in the seven hells that it came from us. Believe me when I tell you, mister, I'll be deep in the cold, hard ground before I permit such shoddy work to bear our name. The very thought of some two-guild hide mangler claiming to represent this guild makes me want to... Ultimately, it doesn't matter if this isn't our handiwork. If our customers begin to suspect that our standards are slipping and that we are not showing our materials the proper respect, then our good name will be lost, and our many years of hard work will have been for naught. We cannot let that happen. Though I am certain we have done no wrong, we need to make this right. We'll settle this with a display of authentic craftsmanship. Prepare a circle of high-quality toad leather and bring it to me for inspection, understood? Did I accidentally make that too? No, I didn't. Alright, I'll get one to you, Geva, next time. Hold up. Just checking. No. Okay. Now it's the Botanist Guild. Sandre, Pupucha sent you to learn about materia, you say? Very well, bring me 15 fragments of grade 1 carbonized matter and we'll talk. Here you go. Exactly, 15 pieces of grade 1 carbonized matter. Here you go. It seems Pupucha has high hopes for you. Very well, let us speak of materia. The art of crafting with materia is yet new to Eorzea. It was born to our shores by a goblin scholar named Mutamix some few years ago. Put simply, the process begins with extracting materia from old gear. This is then attached to another piece of gear, enhancing the item's properties. Mind you, it's not as if any half-wit can do the attaching. No, it takes a skilled craftsman with the necessary knowledge and experience. And once the process also required substances known as catalysts. The carbonized matter you've gathered is one such substance. But then they discovered a way to attach materia without the stuff, and we botanists are a little more idle for it. Such is the way of progress. And that, my friend, is materia in brief. Now I'd thank you to not ask me about the workings of it. That sort of scholarly stuff is beyond my fathoming. If you wish to know more, perhaps even try your hand at crafting with materia, I suggest you seek out the Goblin Mutamix. It's said he has his camp in a place called the Bonfire out in the wilds of central Thanaland. Yeah, I've been to his place a few times. Oh, and keep in mind that the materia comes in a great many varieties, each granting unique benefits to the gear it's attached to. I dare say you'll lose count of all the kinds you come across in your adventures. I kind of have. If I were you, I'd try to find a craftsman who'd be willing to attach materia for me. Chances are there's such a person amongst your list of acquaintances. Or I could just go to the market and get the materia melder. Let's see. Ba 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 da ba. All right, Fufucha, what you got for me this time? As Gridania continues to make headway along the road to recovery, ever more outsiders shall flock to her gates. They come here in hopes of trading, and Gridania must welcome them if she is to forge stronger bonds with her neighbors and prosper. Make no mistake, mister, busy times lie ahead. Verily, we have just now received an order for no fewer than 2,000 fine quality sprigs of chamomile from the quicksand in Ul'dah. Damn! Momodi is really testing you guys, huh? So run along and harvest them, would you? I jest, of course. A task of this scale would require more than 2 hands. If you would be so good as to procure, say, 15 sprigs, I would consider it an appropriate contribution. Chamomile is well known for its fragrant aroma and soothing properties. There is satisfaction to be had in ensuring that folk from every corner of the realm can sample the delights of this great staple. Do you not agree? The herb is abundant in Upper Lenosha, around Oakwood to be precise. Once you have harvested 15 sprigs, pray deliver them to Sandre. Yes, ma'am. I think that's it in Gridania proper. Although I do want to take that that one extra quest. I guess we could go to the North Shroud like we were bid. This might work because I have some extra Kurthus quests I could turn in. And I could just ride north to there. Alright, let's... There we go. Alright, this is a Tot Spire. Let's see if there's something about that in the North Shroud page. Here we go. Atot Spire. Like its brethren, this watch spire bears the name of a historical Gradanian hero, Atot Rai, a Pajal who made contributions to the advancement of conjury. And since his name is Atot Rai, like the single letter at the beginning, that means he was a male Pajal. Alright, Withrit. E3. Lieutenant Scarlet sent you say? Praise Nofika. Though I believe the worst of the danger is past, what few soldiers I command are both wounded and weary. 'Twas a well-placed shaft that was our salvation. A private's arrow managed to punch a hole clear through the balloon's air bladders, forcing the Ixali vessel to flounder down into the trees. Ha! You could hear the squawking from here. I must admit, however, to feeling a moment of dread at the thought of that war balloon slipping past and drifting over the city walls. Thank the gods and a certain private that such a fate did not come to pass. Nevertheless, we are in no shape to repel the Ixal should they prove able to press the attack. Pray head north to Peace Guard and see what has become of their downed craft. I have been told that these Ixali balloons are filled with some manner of buoyant gas rather than air. We would do well not to underestimate the cunning of creatures capable of such ingenious inventions. Yes. Fun fact. The Ixal predate modern man in making flying vessels. Like, the Ixal were not the first to make flying vessels in history, but they, the Ixal war balloons are older than airships. Or were made before airships. So, of like all modern creatures, the Ixal mastered flight first. That's one thing they can really say for themselves. It's one thing they can be proud of. Defeat Nezel Catlan the Violator. Oh right, this is the archer one. Alright, so Nezel Catlan. There's a specific way Ixal named their people. Nezel Catlan. Where's the Ixal page? Here we go. So Nezel Catlan means it's a male Ixal born under a westerly blowing wind. And Catlan is a last name among the Wind Risen, which means that he's a part of the laborer class of the Ixal, said to be first to flap their wings and rise into the air, and they make up approximately 70% of Ixal. I need to be like Silver and like say it's, I don't need to be like Silver obviously because he's awful, but I can sneak by and maybe be stealthy about this and do a little assassination job. There he is. Oh shit. Ixalia? In my forest? Not if I have anything to say about it, says Meterdone the Matter. Shall assist you, adventurer. Wow, thanks, dude. He's a unfeathered. He's a wind whaler. Wood whaler. Sorry. Alright, that wasn't so bad. Well, I sure did it, Silver. You can't say I didn't. So that was the crashed balloon. I got a piece of it. Gonna run further south. See what is up with these friends. Friends? Right, Withrid. Did you find the downed balloon? Was the vessel yet sound? War balloon debris, a gnarled slab of wreckage retrieved from a grounded Ixali war balloon. I'm not sure if this came from the Birdman's craft or as part of another contraption entirely. There can, however, be no doubt that it is of Ixali design. War balloons, such as the one you saw, were invented by the Ixal to assert their dominance over the skies. The vessels allowed them to avoid our ground-based patrols and infiltrate the 12s with impunity. And the Beastmen used them not only for acts of war, but also to haul away the trees felled by their ever-expanding logging operations. It was to combat this unwelcome and destructive presence that we built guard towers throughout the forest, though I imagine the Ixal were quite displeased to find our borders thus reinforced. In fact, the primary purpose of this day's attack may well have been the destruction of Aetot's spire itself. I am torn, mister. We must not weaken our defenses here, but I would be certain our enemy does not lurk nearby, awaiting an opportunity for sabotage. I would ask you to once more visit the crash site and search the surrounding area for signs of our foes. I pray that my concerns are not more than the anxious workings of a tired mind. Oh wait, this bear. I've seen it a couple of times, but I never went and got out the hunt mark part of the of all this of the lore book and given you the lowdown on what Fekta the bear did. All right, let's see. Oops. Here we go. Fekta is a rank B mark, a bear of unusual size from the distant heights of Abalathia's spine. Fekta's southern migration has not been a happy one for the Black Shroud. Its uncouth appetite has emptied whole areas of the forest of edibles and game. It ate all the edibles, and no hunter has returned with evidence of a cull, or returned at all. Fekta may be distinguished from its more peaceable cousins by the constant slick of blood upon its claws. So Fekta is just a bear, but like a very hungry bear that was migrating down here. But it's just a bear. Aha! Ixali storage pot. Squawk! Get away from there, no feathers! Ours to dismantle, war balloon is! Touch what is ours, you must not! Rights of salvage, yes? Rights of salvage! Enough! So much screeching and cawing when threatened nothing Featherless One has. Squawk! Chief Total Lock! Hold part we sought, no feathers does. Search through wreckage. For nothing we did. Weak-bellied fledgling, says old Totolock. Calm down, you will. Speak with Featherless One, Sezzle shall. Could you be artisan? No, clothing all wrong it is. Garb for honest work it is not. I am also an artisan. Whack! Raise your weapon not. We Ixal we are, but not the same kind that attack your tower. Balloon part you took. Value to you is little, yes? Have it from you, we would. Not by force, no, and not for nothing. We make deal, yes? Inside gate you come. Show your work in return, Sezzle shall. Show you our work in return, Sezzle shall. But Chief, mean to let Featherless One inside you cannot. Spread our secrets he will. Whack! Question Chief you will not. Sezzle's decision it is. Shut, screechy beak, before plucked and strung from nearest tree branch you are. Fierce look Featherless One has. Look forward to next meeting, Sezzle does. Listen well, no feathers. If Chief's trust you betray, flay skin from worthless bones we shall. Oh, these are some Ixal that want a bargain. Let's see. Ooh, we got some special music and Ekadal. Razzle, oh wait, I should probably just go in and get introduced to everybody, huh? Sezzle Totolock. Brave you are to walk into Ixal Den. No such camp existed, you did not, eh? Now, have that balloon part and your name, Sezzle would. Here's the war balloon debris. Yes, yes. What? Search long for this we have. Thank you, Mr. Final Fantasy. Know you what this is, It is special stone, used for making instrument to read speed of wind. Only found in Zelphatal, very rare. Even clever Sezzle cannot build such instruments without it. What? Seem confused you do. You wonder why Sezzle not go to Zelphatal to fetch stone himself, yes? Tell you why, Sezzle will. We are not like Ixal of Natalan and other places. No fighting with forest people. Outcast we are. Call ourselves Ekadal 9. Impressive, yes? Had nicer sound than Ekadal 20 or so. But one purpose we have, to fly free like wind. For war with forest people, or pleasing greedy goddess, we care not. Fixed on the heavens our eyes are. So they're not, they don't follow Garuda, whose ass we still have to kick. But we'll get there. Yay! So this means we gotta be a crafter, I think, to continue on. Sezzle appears eager to share more of his work with you. A strange face you make, mister. Burning with questions you are, yes? What is the Ekadal 9 exactly? What are you trying to do here? Make myself clear, I did not, eh? Only natural your suspicion is. Many Ixal would simply kill Featherless One and leave corpse for vultures. But think like bird-brained Natala and zealots, clever Sezzle and his crew do not. Endlessly wasteful this war with forest people is. Waste of time, waste of resources. Ecotl 9 is group of thinkers, of crafters. This place, Ecotl, is place for building dreams. To fly higher than any other is Ecotl 9's dream. Before we can fly, make wings we must. Good at making things you are, yes? No carpenter when see one, Cecil does. Yeah, I equip carpenter. Way of moving, way of looking. Ka! Clothing had Cecil confused at first, though. I know, my clothing looks stupid. Creating, much better than destroying, yes? Both Ixel and Featherless Ones agree on that, they can. Have Mr. create something for Ecotl 9, Cecil would. Build many things we can, but not everything is possible in remote camp like this. You know of a place called Fallgourd Float, yes? Fine crafting facility they have, perfect for making airship hull interior components. Leather-backed plywood is component Cecil needs. Make for strong and durable hull at will. Place for raw materials with Kikern Merchant in Fallgourd Float, Cecil has. Mr. need only speak to Junkmonger. Spend own coin you need not. Whack! A surprise for you, Cecil has. Protect and support hands with crafty, tricky airship components these gloves will. Yes, the, Ecotl gloves. Even clever carpenter needs help from time to time, eh? Come back soon, Featherless One. Alright, Cecil Totolock. Alright. So, these are the Ecotl 9. This is Jezel Atwahan II. What? Get underfoot, Featherless One must not. Hard at work, engineers are. No rest for the Ecotl 9 till Ayatlan we reclaim. They want to reclaim Ayatlan. Methuli Katlan the Hard. Garuda, ever cry out for goddess buzzards do. Yet care one whit for buzzards, Garuda does not. What use have a coddle for goddess like that? Yazel Atwahan the Able. Yazel. Cast out I once was, but by Chief Totolock I was saved. To repay this kindness, most able of a coddle I shall become. Mark words, mark them well. Tazel Mayon, the lettered. To serve me, Featherless One must not. Hard at work on revolutionary and new control system I am. Go here, this does, and what? Perfection. Rosal Katlan the Prudent. Walk! Not counter of Ecotl, this one is. Walk! Money time is, and time for chatter this one has not. Walk! I wonder if he's called the not counter because, the naming of the Ixal is pretty, like, South American. Like, Maya or Inca or Aztec. And the Inca, counted things and, did currency and stuff with knots. So maybe that's why he's called knot counter. Razel Huizon the Stationary. Squawk! Trespassing on Ecotl territory, Featherless One is. What business have you with us? Tell me about yourself. Guard territory of Ecotl, Razel does. Step out of line and gut you with talons, Razel will. Squawk! Gathering of artisans and engineers, this is. Call ourselves Ecotl 9. Drawn by dream of Chief Totolock we were. To fly again. Yes, to soar. Snigger at our dreams, do you? Have less cackle, we will. Ah! What kind of place is this? Shipyard of Ecotl 9, this is. Obvious now what we do here, yes? Building special airship we are. Latest technology, revolutionary ideas. Bind them together to create unique hybrid vessel we will. Privileged to be here, Featherless One is. Be sneaky and stealthy. We must keep camp secret, even from our own kin. We do. Like that we borrow no feathers technology. They would not like that. Oh. Ah! Like that we borrow no feathers technology. No feathers would not either. Well, there's... It's more the fact that you're Ixal at all, unfortunately. Hide from both we do. Secret and safe. Is it secret? Is it safe? Blather about what you see here. Featherless One must not. Don't worry. Y'all are cool. I won't blab. Betray our trust and mount Featherless One's head on airship prow, Razel will. What? Ixali Tinker. What? Things need fixing, you say? No friend to us, Unfeathered One is. No help I give you, only squawk! Squawk! Okay, fine, I won't mess with you yet. The Coddle 9 Foreman. Supplies I gather swiftly and in bulk. Consumed they are, and swifter still. Thankless work this is. Squawk! The Coddle 9 Manciple. Halt, featherless nuker! The soil upon which you tread sullied it is by talonless feet. Be gone or be supper! Squawk! Alright. I just gotta do the stuff for Sezzle first, and they'll start liking me, I guess. Oh, can I just go south out of the camp? Let's see. Yeah. Huh. Ah! I really should have just, teleported to Foghorn Float. Oh well. Especially because I'm a little crafter. I'm a little crafter. I'm fragile. Recurrent Junkmonger. Master Merchant welcomes welcome customer. Birdman Chief tell Master Merchant of Chief Makings. You take things for making and go to place for making things. You find making place at sight of inn, not inside. Master Merchant thinks you have no time for thinking. Birdman Chief seems ready to burst its seams. Hildegard will give you helpful help. Alright, I need to find Hildegard. Oh, shit. I didn't even realize somebody was whispering to me. Sorry. I was distracted streaming. Sorry. Sorry, Moonlight. I'm sorry. If you ever see this, I'm sorry. I didn't notice you were whispering at me. I'm sorry. Although I'm not really sure if should I answer whispers on stream? I guess I could quickly type something. Alright, sent out. Right, the inn, the Bob and Cork. That's where I gotta go. Oh, right, it's outside. Literally what he just said. It does look like you can craft some stuff here. Hello there, adventurer. Come now, I can hardly hear you. I said, hello there. What's this? You wish to make use of our workshop? Well then, seeing as you're a first-timer, allow me to give you a brief explanation of what we seek to accomplish here. As I'm sure you're aware, Eorzea is populated with a plethora of artisans who create a range of wonderful wares. This workspace is created with just such a diversity of craftsmen in mind. No matter your profession, our facility is designed to allow simply anyone to bring in their materials and produce goods that demand an exquisite degree of precision and polish. Our small operation here at the Bob and Cork is only temporary until we secure a more permanent residence, but I assure you that everything is fully functional. Now, what exciting project has brought you to me this fine day? Whole interior component materials. Materials requested by Ecotl 9's leader Sizzle. Total lock to craft components of the interior of an airship's hull. I guess that's what the Kikern gave to us. What have we here? Oh, it's such a strange coincidence that you should happen to arrive bearing the very same rare materials that... Hildegarde, have you any word on my delivery? And who might this gentleman be? And why does he hold the component materials that I ordered? This is outrageous. You cannot simply swoop in and snatch up the wares I reserved a moon in advance. Please, Master Tataramu, you misunderstand. This adventurer brought along these materials himself. Just brought them along, did he? Poppycock. What would a gill-grabbing mercenary need with airship hull component materials? Only a master engineer with the highest level of skill would be capable of utilizing the potential of such specialized items, and I highly doubt that anyone besides myself would have a use for them. I shall be gracious, however, and allow that you are some manner of artisan. Pray tell, exactly what do you intend to craft with those materials? I am, of course, ignoring the fact that your efforts will invariably result in a botched job and wasted resources. Master Tataramu, this is hardly gentlemanly conduct. Shall I offer to you the finished product then? Go ahead, sir, craft your wares, and I shall appraise the quality of your work free of charge. Master Tataramu, I shall become cross with you if you continue in that tone. Here are your materials, sir. I'm sure whatever you create will be absolutely splendid. Well, Hildegarde's really nice. Should you choose to assist the Ecotl 9 in their engineering efforts, you will be called upon to make use of special crafting facilities. The first step in using one of these crafting facilities is to present the raw materials to the workshop supervisor. After preparing the workspace, the supervisor will then return to you the exact amount of materials required for your specific task. You will then be allotted a certain amount of time in which to complete the synthesis. Should your synthesis efforts prove unsuccessful, speak with the workshop supervisor once again to retrieve excess materials and renew your access to the crafting facility. Begin the crafting process, open the crafting log, go to special recipes, tribal quests, Excel quests. Okay. Excel quests. So I gotta equip... Oops. I gotta equip the gloves. The Ecotl wrist gloves. They're quite fashionable, if I do say so myself. Alright. So let's craft. Oh, right. Whole interior component? I assume that's what we... Yeah. Synthesize a whole interior component. Oh, that was easy. I guess I am level 39, huh? Alright, that was easy. Craft away, sir. I'll be waiting to appraise the results of your expertise. Here. A component to be used in the finishing of the Desul Colon's whole interior. All done, are we? Now let's have a look at the travesty you've made out of... Gods be good! I can scarce believe it. The craftsmanship is exemplary, and you say this component is to be used in the construction of an airship. I cannot even imagine what type of hull you mean to build. Tell me, adventurer, who commissioned this work from you? I must know. I prefer not to say. I need to keep it a secret. I don't want to rat him out. Oh my god, look at the claws that gives me. That glove. A curious reluctance. What harm can come of revealing a client who builds airships? Unless... There was an odd rumor making the rounds amongst the engineers at the company. They say a group of Ixal had carved out a secret camp in the Black Shroud and were conducting trials for some kind of secret weapon. I had thought it idle gossip at the time, but 'twould appear that the tale held merit after all. Your Ixali master seeks to craft an airborne vessel of war. No, that's not true. That's not true. I will not allow it. Transforming the wonder of air travel into a means for delivering death is blasphemy of the highest order. Y'all, you're just assuming. But Master Tataramu, what do you mean to do? Is it obvious? I'm gonna march right into that secret camp and give those blasted birdmen a good telling off. You'd best stay out of my way. That's insanely reckless. But at least he's not gonna tell the wood whalers, right? But you cannot simply... when it comes to airships, I'm afraid Master Tataramu's passion overpowers his capacity for common sense. I wonder if he even has any idea where he's going. Here, he'd best take your finished component and complete the delivery. Your appraiser appears to have forgotten it in his haste to rush off and chastise the Ixal. Just who is Master Tataramu? I could tell you, but that wouldn't be very exciting, now would it? Perhaps you could ask him yourself. I like Hildegard. She's cool. Hildegard. Ooh. Ooh, this person wants the Twitch link. All right. All right. Yay! east and then... Wait. Yeah, east and then north in the little frag right there. Oh, they're in the midst of Gelmora ruins. That's interesting. Hey, leave me alone. Alright, Sezzle, I did the thing. Squawk! Squawk! Returned you have. Able to craft component you were? Yeah. Made this you did? Yes. Serve us well this will. Begin construction on hull we can. Rah! I finally found you. I never realized just how big this forest was. Who is this small, angry, featherless one? Never mind who I am, 'tis you who are on trial here. Are you not the Ixali master who seeks to build a death-dealing airship and bring war and destruction to Gridania? Have you no respect for the virtuous field of engineering your uncouth plan will irretrievably sully? Weapons on an airship? Simply monstrous. The Garleans are way ahead of you, my bro. You know, just go walk up to the Garleans and yell at them. I'm sure that'll go over real well. Squawk! Mind your tongue, you shall. Making airship with weapons, Sezzle is not. It's been telling tall tales, someone has. Do not try to deny it. I have seen how the Ixals stole our technology to build those horrendous war balloons. Your kind know naught but killing and mayhem. Bro, that is not true. The Ixal, built war balloons before airships were invented. Squawk! Blather too much, angry one does. See's not enough. Look at design under own feet, you should. It's beautiful. The schematic. It contains elements of both dirigible and airship. I've never seen the like. Hybrid vessel Dezul Qualon it is. Fly very high it shall. Ceiling altitude of 5,000 yalms. 5,000 yalms? That's impossible. An unattainable fantasy. It's about 15,000 feet. That's about, kind of in the range of a commercial aircraft nowadays, right? Why, even Master Garland's Enterprise cannot reach such heights. Hey, I'm working on fixing the Enterprise. You speak of visiting the heavens themselves. Yes, the heavens. Rap on the god's front door we shall. Knock, knock. Sezzle's great. Ayatlan. Floating continent of legends it is. Oh, so that's Ayatlan. It's a floating continent. High, high above clouds. Place where Sezzle's ancestors once lived. I wonder if the floating continent of legends is a certain place we're gonna visit in Heavensward. Return to Ixal's lost paradise we shall. It may not actually be a paradise. All-consuming goal of Sezzle's people it once was. But this dream, shared now by too few it is, rather worship mad goddess Garuda and squabble with featherless ones. Natalan Ixal would. Waste of life, Sezzle says. Help Icodal 9 build balloon airship hybrid and reach for distant sky, other Ixals should. What an incredible idea. You have such vision, such zeal. Sezzle, I have misjudged you. You must let me work with you. I will see this dream of yours become reality. Thou. Squawk? Wish to join Sezzle's crew, do you? Possess some skill at crafting, do you? Yes? Yes, I have studied airship design most extensively, and though my practical experience is admittedly limited, I vow that there are none who match my passion for the craft. Important passion is, but knowledge too you must have. Work you hard as others, Cecil will. Be spared for your size, you will not. Thank you, sir. You won't regret this. Tataramu, at your service. Good for him. Good for them. Let's talk to him. Adventurer. Mister, is it? I apologize for my earlier outburst. I spoke out of turn. I hope that you can forgive me and that you choose to lend your formidable skills to this wonderful endeavor. At least he apologized. And what of Mister? Impressed with work, Cecil is. Enjoying crafting with Cecil's gloves, did you? Like second skin, yes? Protect hands, but allow artisan to make delicate and difficult movements they do. Agreed to help Icodal 9 build Dezel Colon and let Mister keep gloves. Cecil will. Thank you. What say you, featherless one? Sprout wings and fly with us, yes? Sprout wings I will. Afraid of heights I am. Sprout wings I will. Squawk, feathers of the spirit, we share. Hard to imagine to look at us now, it is. But an age when Ixal flew on power of their own wings there once was. Sad then that wrath of elementals we incurred. Banished from forest, and stripped of gift of flight we were. When younglings hatched outside of forest, something wrong there was. Stunted their feathers were. But lose desire to soar, Ixal never did. In place of lost wings, great balloons Cecil's forefathers made. Such ingenuity. Seek to continue their legacy, Icodal 9 does. But forgotten joy of crafting our own wings Natalan Ixal have. Grovel instead to goddess they do, grovel and beg. Fools! Grant them new wings Garuda never will. Seek only to increase her might, the goddess does. Always more sacrifices, always more crystals. Nothing more than slaves Natalan Ixal are, but not Icodal 9, no! Soar again, once again we shall, within Dezel Colon, our salvation, our waking dream lies. Work hard and see history written, Mr. Shall. Yes, hell yes. You got me. You got me. You got me inspired, Cecil. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. Tribal quests unlocked. I have neutral reputation with the Icodal 9. We are unlocking our very first tribal quest. Ixal tribal daily quests are now available from Yezel Hotan the Able at Icodal. Delivery quests are also available from the Icodal 9 Mancipal. Alright. Looking good. Thanks to your efforts, construction of Dezel Colon's hull has begun. Continue assisting the Icodal 9 to see the airship hybrid reach completion. Alright. Tribes and their tribulations. Alright. Our very first tribal quest. The more I learn of it, the more I come to understand what a remarkable airship the Dezel Colon really is. To be able to work on such a vessel, why, it is an engineer's dream come true. So, let's talk about the Ixal. That seems to be the theme today since we're getting set to fight Garuda and everything. Let's talk about the Ixal. So, claiming the wind-blasted canyons of Zelphatol as its domain, the Ixal, this aggressive mountain tribe, makes frequent forays into the Black Shroud to fell trees in the name of its fickle goddess. Heedless of the will of the elementals, Ixal and their practices are at violent odds with the forest nation of Gridania. So let's get a good look at an Ixal. So there we go. Tall and long of limb, the rangy Ixal have bird-like heads and distinctive beaks and horns. Little beak, yeah, teensy tiny beak and horns. Historical records state that the race was once capable of flight, but the wings that graced the arms of earlier generations are no longer in evidence. Roosting in Zelphatol appears to have wrought a change in the Ixal's physiology, and over the span of 5 centuries, the chicks born to the tribe exhibited fewer and fewer feathers until essentially vestigial clumps around the elbow were all that remained to be seen. Like, that guy, other guy's other arm is wrapped up, but like this. This used to be like a whole wing right here. Bird, get out of the way. But they had pretty feathers. It's like all sorts of colors in the feathers. Rocket-coon? Get out of the way. All right. So let me head out here for a second. This is the Ixal symbol, the sigil. The Ixal rally under the eternal winds, a crest said to signify the gale which blows unceasing through the forests and mountains of the world. So it symbolizes wind. The Ixal are omnivorous and consume a wide range of fare such as leafy and root vegetables, fruits, and meats, so, like us, little effort is expended in food preparation, and most Ixali cooking has advanced little beyond basic stews and broths. Despite this general disinterest in the art of cuisine, however, the tribe is known for having developed several curing and smoking techniques. I mean, it's good to have preserved food for long air trips, right? Leadership. A matriarchal society, the chieftains of the major Ixali flocks are descendants of the 4 so-called sky-sent bloodlines: Nomodal, Pahudal, Pahuadal, Huatodal, and Zlotl. These leaders, in turn, serve a monarch who rules by virtue of an enigmatic object known as the Wind Seed. Though the tribe itself does not understand the truth of its origins, the Ixal were in fact... Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that yet. I don't want to spoil y'all. Well, I'll just skip ahead to their industry, farming. The Ixal have sought to till the barren land of the canyons since their migration to Zelphatol, but attempts to raise crops that were once planted in lush forest soil have met with limited success. Poor yields are supplemented with extensive hunting and foraging. Forestry. Ixali dwellings are constructed with lumber, and many of the tribe's tools are carved from wood. With scarcity of suitable trees in Zelphatol, however, the tribe often resorts to sending war balloons into the Black Shroud, where logging crews descend to harvest the thick boles of the forest giants. Alright. But the Icodal 9... Right. Icodal 9. An entirely arbitrary number chosen by the company's leader, is an outcast gathering of Ixali artisans and engineers who actively pursue their race's dream of returning to the floating paradise of Ayatlan. To this end, these beastmen crafters toiled endlessly on the Dezul Qualan, a prototype balloon airship hybrid developed to attain a ceiling altitude of 5,000 yalms. Though orthodox Ixali war balloons are propelled by air stones enchanted with Garuda's blessings, the progressive thinkers of the Nine have chosen instead to adopt modern airship technologies, as well as implementing advanced inventions such as etheric sailcloth and cerulean propulsion engines. The open-minded Chief Cecil Todalok has also recruited the services of the talented Tadaramu, heir to the High Wind Skyways, in a bid to maximize his crew's chances of success. So, the civilian... I'm pretty sure that's the civilian airship company, like when we can just take our airships between Gridania and Ul'dah and Gridania. Seems Tadaramu is the heir to that company. So I assume it's an Ul'dah company, which would make sense. They would want to get in on the money. Anyway, Sezel Totolok. He's got a really cool helmet and goggles. Sezel Totolok is chief of the Akadal Nine, a notorious delinquent. Hell yeah. Sezel was 15 when his attempt to steal a war balloon and fly off into the night was foiled by the engineer Dezel Qualon. Though it necessitated several disciplinary beatings over the course of their next few encounters, the master artisan persisted in teaching Sezel the value of a life lived with purpose. The repentant youth eventually pledged himself as Dezel's apprentice and proceeded to take his first steps into the world of balloon construction. It was 2 decades ago now that Sezel's friend and mentor climbed inside the basket of his latest vessel and disappeared into the distant clouds, leaving his apprentice with but the vaguest of commands to follow his dreams. From that day forth, the young Ixal threw himself into the work with unbridled zeal. Sezel's unmatched passion attracted the other artisans, and he brought them together as a crew called the Akadal Nine, vowing on the eve of his 41st name day to continue the progressive legacy of his vanished teacher. So Sezel Totolok is 41, and the Dezel Qualon, this ship is named after his teacher who disappeared. The guy who taught him. I'm almost imagining this like some high school anime where the delinquent is like reformed by the unrepentant, by the like relentless sensei who never gives up on him, and like so cool. All right, anyway, about his name, Sezel, because the Ezel part of his name means that he was born when a westerly wind was blowing. And his surname, Totolok, means he is of the Gale-born, which is a middle class of the Ixal said to be the first to ride upon the winds. Their population is approximately 20% of the population. He was actually higher ranking in Ixal society as far as families go than his master, funny enough. But he was a delinquent, so I'm sure that didn't matter much. Alright. So I'm gonna do these quests off stream until the next major quest comes up, and then I can take that one. That's how I'm gonna deal with Beast Tribe quests. Alright, in the meantime, that should free me up a quest, so I'm gonna go back to Gridania and take that other quest from Vorsi, my boy. Vorsi, what you got for me? Vorsai Ulua. Ah, now here is a man who inspires confidence. Why, thank you, Vorsi. It heartens me to see you stride into the adder's nest today, for I have a task of considerable breadth and even greater import, a task that calls out for a competent adventurer. Allow me to elaborate. In recent weeks, my eye has been drawn to unusual movements among the sylphs, those charming yet troublesome beastmen with whom we share our forest home. In hopes of shedding light on their intentions, be they malicious or benign, I dispatched a young researcher to Little Solace to investigate further. The fellow goes by the name of Voice. Mayhap you have heard of him. It would seem he is rather accomplished in his field. He set out a fortnight ago, and has been sending regular reports ever since. That is, until some 3 days past. Though he was quick to assure me that his prodigious intellect and survival skills would ensure his safety, I cannot help but fear he has come to harm. Such is my request of you. Travel to Little Solace and inquire as to the well-being of our man. Seek out the sylph Onxio, who has oft acted as an intermediary between our peoples. Now go in safety and in haste. The forest holds many dangers, these days more than ever. You know what? I think he's fine. He'll be okay. We should be getting a move on. So let me go to Camp Drybone, and maybe we can see if we can get to Garuda. He'll be fine. He just got distracted talking to the sylphs for so long. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. I need to go refill my water and things like that. So I'll be right back. And after I've refreshed, we'll be continuing MSQ. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I got my water refilled and everything. Thank y'all for your patience and sticking around. Hey, twinsies, yours looks like mine. Have the same barding. Anyway. We had a mission. We need to talk to that guy. There he is. Lambertin. I did talk to him once a while ago and did say he would come up again, and here he is. Insufferable guy. Why, yes, I am Professor Lambertin. Beg pardon, you wish to hear about my research on corrupted crystals? Truly! Well, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to discuss my work with a fellow man of science. Okay. Ah, so rare it is to find fellow intellectuals in this region. 'Tis even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of corrupted crystals, so I wouldn't go that far. Come to think of it, there was another, a hermit to whom the church had given sanctuary. Curious fellow. Sociable, rather daft at first impression. Don't say that about Marquis. Yet possessed an amazing affinity toward the scientific pursuits. But to the matter at hand, did you say you wish not to conduct field observations, but to harvest a corrupted crystal? Egads, man! At least take necessary precautions so you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. I assume that's why I'm talking to you. You need to help me with that. I'm beginning to wonder if you've sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somehow endearing. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means by which these inherent dangers may be averted. Simply store the crystal you seek within this warded pot to protect yourself from its deleterious effects. I suppose you would be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, take the pot to Hahasako, a student of mine monitoring the flow of ether in Highbridge. Explain to him your quest, and he shall instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. You know what I could do, I think, since that's kind of a pain in the ass to ride there. I believe. Let me see if I have a chocobo route I can go to from there. Where are you? Where are you? You. No. Where's the... Oh, right. They're up top. Can you take me to Highbridge? No, damn it. All right, I'll go to Highbridge then. Do they not have a chocobo stop? They really should have a chocobo stop. Oh well. This way? No. I'll just go this way. So all of that is all corrupted crystal. Obviously, we cannot carry that in our pocket. So we're gonna use this warded pot to put in a little sample, I guess. But what's a good sample? I guess that's why we're talking to his disciples. you're the guy who's like, no, I'm not gonna jump. I'm making scientific observations, right? How many times must I be made to explain myself? I'm not contemplating suicide, you imbecile. I've chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. I know. Here, a simple clay pot that has been treated on the inside with a special alchemical sealant. What have we here? A containment vessel? Why, this is the handiwork of Professor Lambertin. You thieving knave, I shall call for the... Oh, you say the man himself lent it to you. Then you must have sought me out per his instruction, which means he believes me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightfully deserve. Oh, great. Oh, frabjous day, Kaloo-Kalay! He chortled in his joy as a part of Jabberwocky. That I should be chosen to guide this man. Yes, I, Hahasako, greatest of Professor Lambertin's pupils, shall see that you successfully quarry your quarry. Ha! Your timing is impeccable, in fact, for I was just preparing to procure corrupted crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, the devastating destruction caused by the calamity has blessed us with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that naught but a perfect piece will satisfy your high standards. In which case, you must needs descend into the deepest depths. Amidst the flowing waters and the murderous mirror nights lies the most fantastic formation I have found thus far. Take this highly advanced researcher's tool and use it to separate a small fragment from the large cluster. Place it within the warded pot and bear it back to me for inspection. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the burning wall is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution and you shall surely survive. Yeah, I think I'm okay. I just fought a dragon, you know, so... Here we are in Welwick Wood. Wait, did I have something to do in Welwick Wood? No, I must have been thinking of something else. Wait. Oh, whatever. It must be something else. Anyway, these are the Burgundy Falls. That's gotta have an entry, right? Let's see. Yes. Burgundy Falls. From Abelathia's spine, waters run southwards through the Twelveswood and grow into a roaring river that plunges downwards into a recently torn ravine at Burgundy Falls. Sunlight, reflected from the burning wall's crystalline formations, grants the cascade its unique shade of red. Oh. Kazag Cha, a Malja we can talk to. The people of this land would kill me for no more than my Amalja skin, and so I must remain here, in hiding. The day will come when I shall fulfill my purpose, the destiny of both my forebears and myself, but only through patience and prudence now will I live to see that day. We will talk to him again. Through a certain job quest. Well, Floating Stone is literally the only quest out here, so I guess we might as well take it since we have an extra Or, oh no, are we full up again? We're full up again, damn it. Okay, never mind. Anyway, this is the burning wall. This got all fucked up by the calamity. So, the burning wall, once an unscalable precipice severing eastern Thanalan from the Grand Wake, the burning wall earned its name for the deep red glow it would emit each evening as the sun set. Toppled by the calamity, the cliff no longer exists. And in its place lies a queer forest of fiery, crystalline sentinels and malformed creatures shunned by nature itself. Yeah, all this orange stuff, all these crystals, it's corrupted crystals. Though these smaller blue crystals, I think, are just from the ether of things dying around here. And a whole shard of Dalamud from the moon fell here, which is why the damage is so extensive. Consequently, these Mirror Knights are actually creations from the Allegan Empire that came out of the shard of Dalamud over there. Anyway, we gotta descend into the depths. How do I descend into the depths? Oh, okay, this way. Quite a breathtaking place, but also scary. Wow, look at that. Wow. This place all glows orange at night. So that must be where the cliff used to be. It's fucking busted now. You can see the crystals show where the shard of Dalamud impacted. And it's been 5 years, there's already trees growing. And since apparently the corrupted crystals are harmful to be around, I imagine this is a pretty harsh place to be. Or not too healthy to be here for long periods of time. I think we're getting there. Man, this place looks so cool, though. Look at this little wave of corrupted crystal. There's, like, plants, mushrooms of corrupted crystal, like, freaking wild. So cool looking. So this must be the, cluster, the beautiful cluster that he was talking about, so... Quarrying Mall, it would be not be a lie to say the sledgehammer was made for harvesting corrupted crystals. All right. I'm gonna get the crystal, put it in the pot. All right. So I shall climb. Get out of here somehow. Out of this labyrinth. You can kind of see the orange glow starting up as it's starting to become evening. You can really see it here. All right. We got the crystal, so we're heading back. I remember meeting a student of Professor Lambertain's in Gridania, but something tells me it's not as easy as this, that we can't just stop here. We're gonna have to go to all sorts of places. I see you've come galumphing back. That's another frickin' Jabberwocky reference. All right, Hahasako. Have you the crystal then? Heavy warded pot. What a prodigiously large and lovely crystal. Professor Lambertain will doubtless chortle with joy, that's also Jabberwocky, when you present it to him in person. Oh, and upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. Who the fuck localized you? They were sure having a laugh. God's sakes, man, you're disrupting my research. I was in the midst of measuring the flow of ether, but you've gone and made me raise my voice. Now I can't feel a goddamn thing. Bah! I say bah! Alright, whatever, bro. Oh, wait. I should just teleport to, Camp Drybone. Alright. Anyway. Alright. He's not in here, he's in there. My keen scholar's sense tells me that you've obtained a corrupted crystal. Am I right? Yeah, here you go. If you would grant me a moment to examine the crystal... Ah, it is as you desired. A corrupted crystal overflowing with wind-aspected ether. Remind me, for what purpose did you intend to use this crystal again? What? To breach a barrier comprised of wind-aspected ether. Oh dear. This may prove problematic as this crystal would only serve to strengthen the barrier. What? I suppose I am at fault for not inquiring as to your objectives from the start. Yeah, thanks a lot, dude. Had I known your intent, I would have never sent you to Hahasako. Thanks a lot. What a waste of time. But what is science if not trial and error? And can you truly say that this failure has taught you nothing? I mean, I got to tell viewers about the burning wall. Think, man. Now you have understood the methods necessary to safely collect a corrupted crystal. You will doubtless have no difficulty doing so once more. What's more, the crystal you collected can serve as an invaluable resource to for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Baldessian. Hey! Students of Baldessian are my buddies too. I'm a Scion. You've heard of them? Well, I don't mean to boast, but I have a professional relationship with the organization. Not as equals, of course. I would never be so bold as to claim that level of expertise. All right, humble bragging. Are you all right? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You've still a corrupted crystal to find? Well, where the fuck do I go next? Corrupted crystals of sufficient size and strength are not all that common, I fear. Fortunately, one of my other students, Sayana, seems to have discovered another promising site in eastern Lenosha. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lenosha was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an imperial castrum. Now that made for an amusing anecdote. I don't think she finds it amusing. It was Western Lenosha, Pharaoh Sirios on the Isles of Umbra, to be precise. I can't recall her exact reasoning, something to do with one of Dalamud's talons or some such nonsense. What I can say for certain is that she's still in Aleport, attempting to gain access to the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Sayana's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the crass and violent ways of the local pirates, bro, I literally started adventuring from Limsa. I'm used to it. You might find your time there quite pleasurable. Oh, and do not forget to take your makeshift warded pot, lest she think you unprepared for the task. All right, dude. Hush, man, I cannot focus on the flow of ether when your breathing is so loud. If you intend to remain in my presence, I must insist that you hold your breath. Jesus, I guess you really are Hahasako's teacher. All right. It's been a while. Let's go to Aleport. Now, if I... Did I have quests out here? This would be the time. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Nope, I guess we're good. Yes, Sienna? So she's meaning to study Pharaoh Sirius, which that is a whole bunch of corrupted crystal that hit that poor lighthouse. All glowing orange right there. Corrupted crystals. Sir, I've no interest in being the butt of your jokes, so if you've no other reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. No, trust me, I'm here for a real reason. Well, I'll be damned! Professor Lambertain did send you. Beg your pardon, it seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Sienna, greatest of the professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he bid you seek me out. Indeed, I am an accomplished scholar with an extensive background in... oh god, just listen to me prattle on and on. I must have given this introduction a dozen times by now. Okay, well, can you help me? As I told the professor with my many missives, I believe that the area surrounding Pharaoh Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I've yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbra is prohibited at present, for reasons unknown to me. I mean, it looks a little dangerous over there. You saw the corrupted crystal? You see, my attempts to acquire this information are often met with annoyance and disdain. It's rather puzzling, since I always take my time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subjects of my questioning. Mayhap you will have better luck wresting information from these yellow jackets. I've all but given up at this point. The seas called to me. I ought to change to my bathing suit and go for a dip. Responsibilities be damned. Sure. All right. Kanib? Kanib? Ah, you startled me. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a person at a time like this? And what with all the fatuous gossip of spirits and specters haunting the Isles of Umbra, just because I know it's nonsense doesn't make it any less frightening. Ghosts, you say? You know how ale's brewed, adventurer? You take malted barley, ferment it with yeast, and then add herbs and spices to give it character. The stuff is a deal cheaper than wine, and for that, it's loved by the small folk. Oh, right, this is Aleport. That makes... that tracks. Ugh. Berkman. Hello. You're keen on traveling to the Isles of Umbra? Bloody hells, lad. Are you drunk or just crazy? Ain't nothing there but death, death, and more death. Alza Gamilza. The Isles of Umbra. What interest have you in that god's forsaken place? Ever since we were forced to abandon Pharaoh Sirius, the Isles have become not more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores, and a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them. Oh, so it's also a ship graveyard and haunted. as well as the crystal situation. It is a little fucked over there, isn't it? This is where we detain pirates and smugglers and other such rogues till we decide as what to do with them. See to it you do not as it earns you a place here. Alright. Yeah, apparently there's ghosts, Sienna. That's why they don't want anyone to go over there. There be ghosties. Oh, mister, you've returned. Tell me your findings. Tell me of your findings. Really? Infested with the undead, you say? That is a very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts. Worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thought, and I've concluded that this talk of spirits is not more than local folklore. As for why all the travel to the Isles of Umbra is restricted, well, mayhap it's considered too dangerous owing to the abandonment of Pharaoh Sirius. Yes, well, anyway, while you were questioning those yellow jackets, I paid a visit to the local pub. Since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion. It was there that I heard tell of a man named Skifreen, who was recently detained after returning from, wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually traveling to and from there, so I'm curious as to how he obtained permission. Mind having a chat with him in my stead? He was arrested after all, so I'm somewhat reticent to approach him myself. I was just over there at the jail. You could have saved me a trip. Skifreen. Let's see what his name means. I'm pretty sure skiff means ship, so like a skiff. But let me double check. Ugh. Sorry. Yeah, ship and Friend means friend, so ship friend. I have to go back. She calls to me, sings to me. Tell me, Midoa, I'm sorry. Give him this. He was right. Or could you release me? Yes, release me. I will go and tell her. Let me go to her. Something's wrong with this guy. Bro. Sienna? What did Skifrin have to say? That's not terribly helpful. I couldn't care less how much he misses his favorite bar wench. I don't think he was talking about a bar wench. What was that about a man named Mimidoa? Wait, I know that name. That's the bastard who grabbed my arse the other day at the pub. Well, if you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. Yeah, I know. He is a piece of shit. Anyway. Wait, oh, he's over there. Okay. Mimi Doa. Another initiate, are you? No? Then where are you? Speak up, son. I can't hear you. Golden feather. This brilliant feather reflects light as if it were actually made of gold. Eh? Bugger me. Is this what I think it is? Nah, couldn't be. You found this, you say? Where did you say you found it? Skiffrin, you say? Was hoping to have a word with the lad, but it sounds like there's not left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up Pharaoh Sirius, he was. Company sent me to supervise the lot of them. Weren't getting work done on their own, see? Half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them up and vanished. What's that? You're looking for a passage to the Isles of Umbra? Why didn't you say so? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of old Mimi Doa. Tell him how the land lies. Ain't nobody been interested till you came a-callin'. The whole port's up in arms about spirits and so forth. If I had the gill, I'd hire some soul swords and let them sort it out. You'll do in a pinch, you will. Show this parchment and the skipper and he'll see you there and back. Alright, I guess I can go to the Isles of Umbra. Guess what, Sienna? I got permission. Sienna, look, I can go. So you went and had a word with Mimi Doa. I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste amounted to something. Actually, it was quite, fruitful. You mean that disgusting creature was Skiffrin's superior? I find that hard to believe, but this writ of passage does appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it is a relief to work with such an industrious man as you. I look forward to hearing of the discoveries you will make on the Isles of Umbra. Without me. Wait. You spent all this time trying to get over there, now you're not even going over there? Sienna has no desire to journey to the Isles of Umbra. Wow, color me surprised. Fine. I fail to see the justification for dragging me along on your journey, but if you insist, I will go as well. But 12 is my witness. If you leave me behind to be devoured by some horrid abomination, I shall come back to haunt you. Oh, so you didn't want to go because you're scared now because of the ghosts. All right, well, let's go. Isles of Umbra, here we come. Two different ferry skippers. Ha! Take me to the Isles of Umbra, he bids, as if it's as simple as, oh, I see you got a writ of passage. All right then, climb aboard. And here we are, spooky. Oh, this is good for spooky month, because we're on the haunted island with like a fucked up lighthouse and a ghostly ship graveyard. This doesn't seem all that bad. I'm not saying I'd like to build a summer home here, but oh my god, that's a Princess Bride reference, isn't it? Oh, hell's with this. Here, take your pot and go on without me. You've harvested corrupted crystals before, right? So it isn't as though you require my assistance. Speak to the man guarding the gate. I'm sure he'll let you in. Now, if you would please excuse me. You're just sticking with the skipper because you're scared. Haha, okay. David. Beg pardon, sir, but how did you come here? Access to this island is currently restricted. An old pot? I'm not sure I follow. Oh, I see. You wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. Sorry, friend, but you may have to return empty-handed. Not after all this! Excuse me? Hey, level 55. I'm halfway through Heaven's Word, apparently. Not really. The writ Master Mimitoa gave you may grant you access to the island, but only authorized personnel may proceed past this point. Why, you ask? Look up and see for yourself. When that giant mass of crystal struck the lighthouse, it caused severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within that once powered the beacon. Contrary to what the small folk would have you believe, the fires of Pharaoh Sirius were not the product of a mage's thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess as to when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumors of the Walking Dead drove off our entire crew. The Walking Dead. Not that those rumors are incorrect. I've observed the fiends from a distance at the ship graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal, mister. I shall begin searching for... I'll make you a deal, mister. Help me unravel this mystery, and I'll bring you your corrupted crystal. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies your requirements. As for where to begin your inquiries to the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago, seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship graveyard. I'd be surprised if they knew nothing of the undead infestation, so it might behoove you to question them. Okay. Oh. So we got 3 adventurers here. Alduville is Shaw there for the taking. 5 bleeding years worth of wrecks in their cargo. But those queer dead things in that voice. Actually, the voice was quite nice. Alduville, let's see what that means. I think Ald means old. Just double checking. Ald means old, and Vil means owl. Old owl. Okay. Hirapi Taropi. You saw him too, right? Dead people just shambling about without a care in the world, except when they do seem to care, that is, and start shuffling towards the water. Lewis. Gods, that voice, that single fleeting verse, I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend. It took every ounce of my strength to resist. There's something about a voice I keep hearing. Our supplies are fast dwindling, fellas. Past time we up and left this god's forsaken place. Apparently there's something weird going on at the ship graveyard. This talking alluring voice is disturbingly familiar, as if... But that's impossible. They're all dead, aren't they? David is sweating profusely. But if they have returned, that would mean... Oh, beg your pardon, I was just, thinking about something. Which reminds me, I received word that Master Mimitoa would be arriving any moment. Apparently he grew tired of waiting for the lanky young lad with the 1,000-yalm stare to return, which I'm assuming is you. 1,000-yard stare, wow. I don't know what sort of arrangement you had, but you should probably go and explain yourself. The lights at Pharaoh Sirius once guided many a sailor home. Ever since the calamity quenched its fire, it's seen many a ship run aground. But mark my words, one day I will see this beacon of hope restored. You didn't think the giant, fucking crystals up there were enough of a "there's land here" warning? I guess not. Mimidoa. What's been keeping you, initiate? I ain't getting any younger, you know. Eh? Some honey-voiced harlot's been calling out to folk who had wandered near the ship graveyard, and it stirred up the dead and all? Bloody hells. This takes me back to me days as a cannon boy sailing under old Mistbeard. A cannon boy under Mistbeard? But they wouldn't dare, would they? Not after the lesson we learned 'em last time. Bah, they bloody would, though. Wouldn't they, brazen old biddies? Some folks said as the first purge would be the last, but I knew deep down in me bones this day would come. And come it has. I'd bet me bum you're a siren is behind all this. Nay, not one of the sanguine variety. Yeah, not the sanguine sirens, not the pirate crew. I speak of the other kind, them what's got feathers, and lure sailors to a watery grave with their sweet, sweet songs. Oh, but it don't end there. No, drowning's just the start. See, even in death, a man stays bound to the beast, forced to do her bidding till his corpse can't do it no more. It is a fate I wouldn't wish on me worst enemy. Sip maybe and drink, and I'd regret it after. Any road, 'tis up to us to stop this hell's-born hussy afore she takes another soul. Course, we can't send you marching off to war without these. The siren don't have no power or a man as can't hear her song. 'Tis lucky for you I carry a spare pair, and lucky for the both of us I'm a superstitious old sod, eh? What, earplugs? Well, she ain't coming to us, so we best head over to her. The ship graveyard, initiate. I guess he's giving me earplugs. Okay. Guess we're heading to the ship graveyard. Spooky. I'm glad we're doing this at night. Spooky. That's the ship graveyard, and where are the shambling corpses? Oh, there's a shambling corpse. Gotcha. Ew, it's one of those skeletons with knives. Alright, Mimidoa. If she passes near the shore, she's sure to spy the campfire and come looking. Just a matter of waiting now. Okay. So we're gonna wait by the campfire with these skeletons shambling about with knives. We're just gonna chill by the campfire, you know? Beginning to wonder if some sly bugger ain't spun us a yarn here. Oh, spooky music. We're getting spoopy in here in October, boys. Quiet. You hear that? 'Tis her. Look! Out over the water! She's come, Nishiet! She's come! She sure got feathers. And a harp. Quick, lad! Shove them plugs in your ears and get ready for a fight. As soon as she realizes you're deaf to her ditties, she'll call on her thralls and we'll be up to our necks in corpses before you know it. Alright, I think I can handle her. Hither embrace mine everything all. True love spurned, his cruelty's reward. Oh yeah, I can't hear you, buddy. Come. Charmed loadsman. Passed out, callous soul, dead to desire. But these ones aren't skeletons, they're just people that I guess they were drowned and then came out. Scary. We're getting spooky. Spare, mournful mistress, distress. Why? Melody, last breath of death, the rhythm. Dost thou not to relent? Regret, forever alone. My love, a river. One look, soul shiver. No. Alright, don't touch the music. Got it. Charmed captain. Alright. Ooh, this guy's cool looking. Like a crowned skeleton with a sword and shield. Oh shit. No more dark eclipse the heart. She was totally singing Eclipse of the Heart. Oh my god. Eh? Am I alright? Ha! I'm better than that, initiate. Happy as a sailor in a whorehouse, I am. Of course, I'd be happy as a sailor with 2 Whatsits if we'd gutted the songstress. But you can't have everything, can you? She'll not come crooning around here again, though. Not for a while, any road, and if she does, well, we know what to do, don't we? Thanks for the help. Bugger me, I clean forgot your name. Remind me, mister? Don't recall having no initiate by that name. But if you're not me old mate, what's name? Why have you been so bloody helpful? Ah, never mind. Be seeing you, lad. No, you totally are the one who just sent me over here. Oh, whatever. Anyway. Let me look up this place. So the Isles of Umbra, the seas off the coast of Aleport, are bespeckled by these islands, which include the mystical Moonshade Isle in their number. So the ship graveyard, which is where we're at right now. The ship graveyard. For centuries, ships wrecked off the coast, off the shores of southern Vilbrin, have been carried upon the currents to this quiet inlet, a timeless reminder of the deep's boundless wrath. So many are the wooden corpses which populate this watery lich yard. It is said that for every hull visible above the waters, above the waves, a score more slumber beneath. Ooh. Pharaoh Sirius, meanwhile, way up there. We can't even see it, really, because of the fog, but... Pharaoh Sirius, the lighthouse, is a towering beacon built to guide ships safely into Aleport. Its fires were fueled by ethereal energy, a technology of Naldecan Vimelis, as radiant as it was innovative. During the calamity, however, one projectile struck the lighthouse and turned the ether inside into a great mass of corrupted crystal. This is cool. This fate. There are some sailors who, even after death, cannot bear to part from the sea, their moans a testament to the chains that bind them to the corporeal realm. Slay these wandering spirits and sever their bonds so they may return to the life stream. Anyway, there was a siren. Wee woo, wee woo. You mean it was a siren? But how are you able to resist her song? I see. I had heard that Master Mimi Doa was involved in the first purge, but I never actually... Having survived an ordeal like that, I can't blame him for carrying earplugs around with him. Anyway, I have something for you. The corrupted crystal you wanted. Safely sealed within the pot, as you requested. Oh. Please, take it with my compliments. Thank you, David. Could have sworn there was a page. There was a classification for the... Alright. So sirens, since she can sing and speak, sirens are technically considered spoken. And so spoken are a classification of animal that basically means anything that can speak. So I'm a spoken. He's a spoken. And the siren is also a spoken. So sirens, once feared across the 5 seas, today sirens are but the stuff of legend, due in part to a thorough culling of the creatures some years past by the renowned pirate Mistbeard. Recent sightings of the seductive she-devils, however, once again have sea and landsmen alike exchanging tales of sirens entrancing entire ship crews with their accursed songs, them feeding on their captive souls until all that remain are lifeless husks. I think we're done with the... Yeah, the sun has risen, and I think we're done with the Isles of Umbra. I guess Sienna is back on shore, huh? She sure is. She just left without us. She is too scared. Let's go back to Aleport. Right, Sienna, we got it. Is this good enough for you? Are you okay now? Are you good? Oh, it's you! Welcome back, mister. You're looking remarkably hale, I must say, and more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? I am. Aha! The conquering hero returns bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive. Very impressive indeed, yes. I think you'll be quite pleased with the specimen. Congratulations, mister. Seldom, if ever, have I encountered a corrupted crystal composed of such a volatile overabundance of fire aspected ether. Wait, what? You wanted a corrupted crystal composed of ice aspected ether to counteract the effects of a raging wind? Well, this specimen won't help you there. Not again! Anyone who knows anything about the elements could tell you that. You'll just have to keep looking, I suppose. God damn it! Another waste of time. History repeating, no wonder. The curious case of Giggity. Sienna knows where the corrupted crystal that you seek can be found. Don't fret now. I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal composed of ice aspected ether. An associate of mine in Gridania has been studying the effects of one such crystal on living beings. What's that expression? I thought you would be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild dodo chase, I assure you. Yeah, but Alphino and Sid are waiting for me back in Gridania. You mean I could have gotten this crystal without even leaving the forest? And what's better is that this time, you needn't use that warded pot of yours to protect yourself from this crystal's energies. Hedon's findings suggest that it is quite safe. Why, you ask? Well, let's just say that it has undergone a unique process that has rendered such precautions unnecessary. Anyway, do not let me keep you. It has been a pleasure, mister. Come back and see me again sometime, all right? Now that you've driven off that pesky siren and slain her undead thralls, I suppose I can visit the Isles of Umbra for my research. On the other hand, it can be rather difficult to determine if the undead are sufficiently dead. Alright, well, I guess we're going back to Gridania. I remember talking to Hedden before. He's in Old Gridania, yeah. Wait. By Mikedo's Amphitheater. Alright. Things about to get spoopy. It's looking all Saints Wake here. We will be taking the quest and looking at All Saints Wake next week. Because it'll be October 30th, you know, right before All Saints Wake. Anyway. Spooky. Hey you, nerd. Greetings and salutations, Mr. Final Fantasy, I presume. Sienna informed me of your adventures in Aleport. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding, though as Professor Lambertain is fond of saying, no action taken in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. To the matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could be found in abundance at the standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case, and while there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within the Twelveswood, precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say. Permit me to explain. You are familiar with Spriggans, yes? The furry little rascals that are wont to seek out ores and other stones? Well, one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in the Twelveswood. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest, assuming they can even be digested, and I am reasonably confident that one still resides within his gut. It is quite fascinating, really. My theory is that this Giggity first consumed a corrupted crystal when... you couldn't care less about this, could you? To the point, then, Giggity seldom makes his presence felt unless there's particularly fine fodder to be had. Therefore, we shall require a lure, and I have precisely the sort he will find it impossible to resist. Simply place this true heart. I shall save the story of the origin of its unusual name for another occasion, outside of the Spriggan's lair, and wait for the opportune moment to pounce. As for the method by which you retrieve the crystal from his gut, I shall leave that to your discretion. Okay. Were I to substitute the ether value in accordance with the professor's law of conversion, would that produce a theoretical limit of 10 score 5 and 50, or should there be no limit? Oh, I didn't notice you there. It's so utterly engrossed I was in my calculations. Lest you wonder, I'm the student of the esteemed Professor Lambertain, the leading authority in the field of... you weren't wondering at all, were you? Alright. Use the true heart to lure out the crystal bearer. White Wolf Gate. Yeah. It's been a while, but we're back in Sorrel Haven. This is kind of whereabouts Hawk Manor is. And right here we go to the standing courses, which is where... Did I talk about the standing courses before? There wasn't really much reason to come here. Let me see. The standing courses. When Bahamut descended upon the realm, his fiery onslaught turned the standing courses to ash. Hardened in the inferno, the trees now seem the withered husks of men crouched together in eternal agony. So this part of the forest was fucked up by the calamity. Gotcha. And now Spriggans are all over the place. So Spriggan dig. After the calamity, Spriggans converged in this area in search of corrupted crystals in such numbers that the place became their dominion. And there was corrupted crystals because this is where Bahamut's wrath landed. And that's why we can't see any corrupted crystals, because the Spriggans ate them all. Oh, you can even kind of see. Oh my god, this is a cool detail I never noticed before. You see these little orange lumps? They used to be pointy corrupted crystals, but the Spriggans wore them all down into little orange stumps because they wanted to eat them all. Wild. Like here's another one. There was probably crystals sticking out of this rock, and now they're down to little orange glowy nubs because the Spriggans ate them all. Wild. Yeah, so in the 5 years since, they have devoured almost every crystal, leaving the place a bare wasteland. Yeah. So what about Spriggans? Let's see if I can find them in here. They're quite cute, aren't they? And them holding little rocks and having little bunny ears. Let's see. Do they count as spoken because they talk? Or are they... Sorry, I was just trying to find Spriggans in the little bit back here that talks about different kinds of animals and things like that. Where are the little Spriggies? Oh, here they are. They're soulkin. So kind of like golems and coblins. All right, so what's the definition of a soulkin? Soulkin are inorganic beings that have been granted temporary life via outside magics or a magicked medium. The ensorcelment allows for a pooling of ether within the creature, ether which enables ambulation, simple cognitive reasoning, and in some extreme cases, limited linguistic capacity. Modern naturalists argue that many of the creatures historically classified as soulkin only earned that classification as a result of outdated folklore and long-standing superstition. So I guess some people argue that Spriggans should be spoken? Anyway, Spriggans are neither sprites nor fairies, but share similarities with both. They are known to inhabit rocky regions and the deep recesses of mines. These black-furred soulkin are famous for carrying a gem or chunk of ore about with them at all times, a custom which may explain the popularly held belief within the mining fraternity that they are bringers of good fortune. Their classification as soulkin is based on a theory expounded in the Codex of Stone, which asserts that the creatures are not but vessels for the will of the earth. But I guess that hasn't been scientifically proven, or not, or... Good question. All right. Anyway, let's go find a particular Spriggan that seems to have swallowed our rock. So, Crater Golem, this is a more true example of a soulkin. Golems, like this guy. Golems are magical constructs of clay or stone that have been imbued with temporary life. Ancient tomes claim that the creation of these beings is only possible when the laws of nature are weakened by the chaotic influence of an umbral calamity. Legend states that the 12 archons being the founders of Sharlayan, commanded such warriors of stone during the 6th Umbral era. Interesting. All right, so here I'm going to put the true heart. This bright blood-colored ore is thought to be a symbol of loyalty and honesty. So it'll be irresistible. That Spriggan? You sense a hostile presence. Crystal bearer. All right, that's a big Spriggan. Holy shit. I like how that golem's like, not my business. Oh, easy. And we got the corrupted crystal out of its stomach. Great. Oh my god, look at that face. All right. So I guess we can just, hold on. Do I have any quests here? I might as well do central quests if I... Aha! Aha! There are a couple. All right, let's see here. I need to change to Lancer. There's a Lancer quest out here that we're very overdue in. Oh shit! Now I'm much lower level. Ha ha ha! Ignore me. All right, Eve and I have a quest. I've been long due to talk to you. Roastabon sent you. Thank the 12. I'd just about given up hope that anyone would answer our call. Tell me, did you perhaps notice that gaping hole in the ground on your way here? Yeah, I just went in there and killed a Spriggan. Aye, 'twould be hard to miss it. It's one of the many remnants of Dalamud's fury. The scaffolding you see is a solution we worked up with our friends from the Carpenters Guild. Oh, wait, that hole. But even the sturdiest wood is at the mercy of the elements. The rains have fallen hard of late, and I fear there might still be some soggy planks left untended. Please see to them, as well to any pests who have come to feast on the wood. So, Dunstan Spire. Let's see. Dunstan must be a hero of Gridania, too. Oh, it doesn't have a special... It doesn't have a special thing in the book. Anyway, damp scaffolding. So this hole was ripped open by Bahamut. So over here in the standing courses must be impact sites. Shroud hairs. There's snails up in this damp scaffolding. Ooh, it's a slug. Hello, cutie. All right, we did it. We did it. We did it. Yay. We did it. You have my thanks, adventurer. A shroud hair. I see. I ask you only this, friend. Should you have occasion to meet Marcette, speak nothing of this to her. She is a researcher of sorts, unusual creatures being her specialty. Were she to catch wind of shroud hairs lurking beneath, she would rip up every last plank till we had nowhere to stand upon. The woman treats us as if the wood whalers were her personal laboratory assistants. I will stand for this no more. I keep my distance from her, and I suggest you do the same. No, I agree. I don't like Marcette. There are very few characters in the game I dislike, but I'm not a fan of Marcette. And she has this one quest just lingering there, tempting me to take it. But I know that way awaits only pain. So I will turn my back and do this Lancer quest. Go down this big old tree branch. So what I remember what this Lancer quest is. Wayne, that loser, wanted me to prove I'm a big old badass by going up a tiny little hill that has some lizards on it. To retrieve a stone or something. The Stone of Courage at Naked Rock. This is Naked Rock. So named because it's naked and a rock. No trees on it. Let's see if it's got its own... Yeah, it does. So, Naked Rock. A section of cliff face that has fallen away to reveal the rough surface beneath. Naked Rock is a nest for vicious raptors. A fact many traveler has stumbled upon or into only after it was too late. And the anoles, they're so cute though. Look at them, they're so small. Well, he said I had to be very brave. Little did he know that I would be horribly over leveled, and the raptors would be too scared to even look at me. Wait. There must be a switchback I missed. They're so cute. There we go. He's like, oh, this will be such a challenge, mister. And then I just go and march my chocobo in here. You sense a hostile presence. Dead in one hit. Dead in one hit. Stone of Courage. Oh, cutscene. I knew there was a cutscene. That's why I didn't do this off stream. Congratulations. You have obtained the false Stone of Courage. Ah, you heard me right. False. What does that say about your courage, I wonder? Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Folk. Should it be Folk or Folks? I'll just say Folks. We've had the pleasure of meeting at the Lancers Guild, if you recall. On that occasion, I turned my weapon upon you, but you betrayed not a hint of fear. It was in that instant that I sensed you were unlike the others, that you had promise. And to the present, in its current state, the trial in which you are engaged, if trial it may be called, makes a mockery of the Lancer's art. Needless to say, it cannot be tolerated. And so I've taken the liberty of moving the Stone of Courage to a more suitable location, and now resides in the depths of Spirit Hold, under guard of fell fiends. A far more fitting challenge, as I'm sure you will agree. Whether or not you attempt to retrieve the stone is for you to decide. If you fear for your safety, I suggest you run back to the guild and bemoan the world's frightfulness to the many brave souls who cower there. Wayne will doubtlessly consider it a supremely courageous act. Yet know that a Lancer may forge true courage only in the midst of great danger. Well, I guess I'm going to the spirit hold. This will be a great opportunity to talk about the spirit hold. Well, also about this area in general. This area in general is called Green Tier, just beyond the waters of the East Vein, which is a little river over here. Green Tier is a stretch of forest wherein the elementals have permitted men to harvest timber. As such, the air is always thick with the sounds of woodcutters chopping and sawing. So this is Gabinot's Bower. Gabinot's Bower, a small cabin for loggers of the Botanists Guild. Gabinot's Bower takes its name from the woodcutter's hardworking overseer. Can we go in? Yes. You must be the Gabinot it's named after. Oh, Aldred. You must beseech the elementals' consent if you would partake of the forest's bounty, and only through the hearers may the will of the elementals be known. Right, Gabinot. Good to see you out here, adventurer. The name's Gabinot. I oversee the logging in these parts. In return for the trees we take from the forest, it falls to us lumberjacks to tend to the saplings and keep the soil rich and vital. All of which would be fine if it weren't for the damned monsters. My blood fair boils to think of the Twelveswood being defiled by foul beasts and parasites. Pauline looks to be a hearer. Do not judge the Twelveswood by what you see on the surface. With the presence of the elementals grown faint, the smallest patch of rot could spread to threaten the entire forest. To prevent such a fate, we hearers strain to catch even the slightest whisper of a troubled spirit. Cute little place, this logger's cabin. And, oh, somebody's sleeping. My dearest Pauline. Oh, you got a crush on the hearer over here, Anyway, let's head to Spirit Hold. So this is Spirit Hold. Also very spooky, so we're getting lots of spooky content today. So Spirit Hold, a structure initially built in the days of Gelmora, so it's very old. Spirit Hold has found new use as a prison to hold enemies of the forest while they await judgment. Though whether the same can be said after the calamity is unclear. Some refer to the crumbling ruin as Warren's Hold after the cell's first jailer. It's also become overrun with void scent, so no wonder nobody's using it. So these little trickster imps, these are void scent. They've taken over the Spirit Hold. So that's why nobody's using it as a jail anymore, but this is Gelmoran architecture. You can kind of see all the bricks underneath the rock and things like that. Aha, that's where we're supposed to go. Stone of Courage. So this is the old jail cells. Lockbreaker Imp. Easy. So, oh, it actually is kind of pretty, kind of blue. Stone of Courage. So these are the old jail cells from back when this was a functioning prison. There are quite a few underground Gelmoran jails, that aren't in use anymore. There's the Thousand Maws of Totorak, and then there's the Spirit Hold. Anyway, we're done here. Actually, let's just go straight to Gridania. Alright, let's start with the Lancers Guild, I guess. Alright, you Wayne, you nerd. So you have returned. Tell me, were you able to obtain the Stone of Courage? A heavy stone used by the wood whalers for training with the lance. Yes, this is indeed the stone, though it is in rather worse condition than when I last saw it. What happened at Naked Rock? The Lancer, who but recently threatened you, moved to the stone to Spirit Hold. Not content with trespass and slander, the brazen fool now meddles with our training. 7 hells, this is not to be borne. Listen well, mister. Though I do not doubt that you know better, my duty as guildmaster compels me to state the obvious. Heed not that man's words. That a lancer's courage can only be forged in the midst of great danger is vainglorious tripe. As you have already learned, a lancer's courage is the product of composure and resolve. Be under no misapprehension. Watchfully navigating the Anol's territory served to watchfully navigating. I just drove my chocobo through it. Served to temper your courage in a manner that blindly braving the terrors of the Spirit Hold did not. This is rather specific, if you say so. You just don't want to say anything positive about folks. As you continue your training, pray keep the lesson of this trial close to your heart. Ah, mister, you come at a good time. I urgently require your help. Scarcely a bell ago, our old friend Folks paid us another visit, seemingly intent on reprising the performance he gave on the day of your first meeting. As on that occasion, he raved till the air was thick with slanders, declaring every soul who met his gaze more craven than the last. This time, however, not all ears were deaf to his myriad provocations. It seems one of our younger members took offense at his words and demanded satisfaction of the rogue. The 2 have since departed to duel in the East Shroud. Had I been on hand, I would have forbidden such folly and rebuked the lad for letting pride cloud his judgment. Alas, I learned of it too late, and the boy is gone. All we can hope now is to ensure that the hot-headed fool does not come to lasting harm. I would have departed in pursuit of the pair ere you came, but my duties keep me here. That is why I turn to you now, mister. Pray go to the East Shroud in my stead and watch over our comrade. I'll do that later. In the meantime, I'm gonna go over to Mikedo's amphitheater. Talk to Hedden. Hedden, I got the rock. Is this the rock I need for Garuda? Ah, pray do not sneak up on me like that. I was engrossed in... Wait, what is that? What is that god's awful smell? Yeah, I had to kill the thing and take it out of its tummy. What do you think? My words, that is a breathtakingly beautiful crystal. I see my supposition was not mistaken. And I also see that you weren't averse to digging through Spriggan entrails for your prize. We owe our furry friend a debt of gratitude, you know? This thick coating of digestive juices is protecting us from the harmful effects of the crystal, just as the warded pot you once used did. Why so glum, friend? You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you sought, one overflowing with earth-aspected ether. Calm down, I was about to strangle you. No. I jest. It is composed of ice-aspected ether, worry not. I suppose that joke was in poor taste considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. Yeah! Thanks a lot. Oh, beg your pardon, mister. I forgot to return your crystal to you. Oh, and there was a message for you from Professor Lambertain. Something about a man named Marquis. Apparently the professor misses the intellectual stimulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I've yet to ask why you needed the crystal. You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? It would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. No, quite the opposite. Ah, well, perhaps it's best I remain ignorant. I didn't become my professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. I'm simply trying to defeat Garuda, you know. She's powerful and threatening the 12's wood and draining all of the land of its ether and stuff like that. Water wheel. I need a... There's my Ethernet shard. Alright, finally! Sid, Alphino, I got the thing! To the Carline Canopy we go. Go downstairs. Oh wait, this way. Alright, finally! I know it took forever, Alphino, sorry, but here you go. All repairs and modifications have been completed, mister. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. This particular sample happens to be covered in sprig and offal. Yeah, sorry it's gross, but... here. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but this looks exactly what we need. Worry not, mister. I'll see that your hard work doesn't go to waste. Thank you. I appreciate that. I went through hell. The Enterprise is already more than a common airship, but mark my words, soon it will become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Aww. Good for you, Sid. With Sid's modifications now installed, the Enterprise is finally ready to make the journey to the Howling Eye. According to my tests, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning that we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, tests can only tell one so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure that this will work. I think it only fair to tell you that there is a small but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive... mayhap is better that we remain positive. Mister, I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship, for trusting in me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me to rediscover a part of myself I'd forgotten. I am not the man I once was, and I do not know if I ever shall be. But I do know one thing. This feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but, well, you understand. In case we explode and die.
There. She's ready.
Oh, it's been forever since we had a voiced cutscene.
Ah, she stirs.
Holding hands?
To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
Alphino trying his best to be a Starfleet captain. It's like a freaking Star Trek and Final Fantasy reference all at once. Because the Enterprise has been Sid's airship in other games, such as Final Fantasy IV, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. And also in Star Trek, you know, they're always like, Enterprise, engage. Alright, let's go. Lift off. Sweeping Final Fantasy music. Woo! Oh! Taking off his goggles. He's a Garlean! That's the Garlean eye.
I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
Oh, we're getting Sid's, echo memory.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles?
Young Sid. Magitech Academy days.
Ah, yes. I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days.
Oh, I want to pinch his cheeks.
The young prodigy, admired by all. Exactly like his father. Born and raised in Garlemald.
Aw, so cute, balancing. Making a little Magitech Reaper. Running over to study. What a fancy little boy.
It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye? When did Meteor become your everything, and your loved ones cease to matter?
Gaius!
You abandoned us all, but he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not.
Yeah. So, Midas Nan Garland, Sid's father, was the architect of the Meteor Project, which was, Nail Van Darnas's, wild project to contact Dalamud, and that led up to the Calamity. But, what happened, really, was that Nail Van Darnas and Midas Nan Garland were, tempered by Bahamut. So since they were tempered, they really had no choice in the matter. But that doesn't mean either of them were particularly good people, either. And, Gaius Van Balzar has a tendency to kind of take in wayward children. So he was, yeah, so he's right. Gaius was there to support him after, Midas went mad and died.
Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man with an all-consuming obsession.
Yeah, I have a bit of the, I have a bit of the history here. Meteor Project. Yeah. In the 41st year of the first emperor's rule, a decade before Nail Van Darnas's arrival to the Western Front, the Garleans attempted to communication with the lesser moon Dalamud under guidance of the Empire's principal engineer and Grand Minister of Industry, Midas Nan Garland. Dubbed Project Meteor, the operation's single test was conducted in the imperial stronghold of Bosia Citadel, using Allegan artifacts donated by House Darnus. The project was proposed by Nan Garland after Emperor Solus Zosgalvis had tasked the engineer with finding a solution to the icon threat, the primal threat. From records discovered within the artifacts, the Grand Minister was able to glean that the armies of Alleg had also exchanged blows with the icons, the primals, eventually conceiving a method to overcome the beings. Detailed descriptions of that method, however, were conveniently missing from the records. A piece to the puzzle presented itself when Garland's research uncovered that the lesser moon Dalamud was not a natural celestial body gifted by the gods, but rather an ancient satellite of Allegan manufacture. Nan Garland surmised that within the moon's metallic shell slumbered a great source of untapped energy, forgotten power which could transform the moon into a weapon of absolute destruction if pulled down from the skies and unleashed upon Eorzea. The moon would serve as the Empire's own meteor. The Meteor Project was soon drafted, and the tantalizing prospect of an all-powerful weapon was met with broad approval within the imperial court. Mere days after receiving the Emperor's blessing, Nan Garland would travel to the Garlean city of Bosia. Well, Bosia was, used to be their own place, but it was taken over, so it was a province, to conduct the first attempts to communicate with Dalamud. The immensity of the satellite's power was indeed confirmed that day, but at a disastrous cost. I'm gonna skip this part because I think it'll have more impact to talk about the Bosia incident later. But basically it was bad. And Midas died. And the Bosia incident happened on purpose because Midas was tempered by Bahamut. So after the incident, the Emperor declared that he had no interest in the power of such an unpredictable nature and ordered the project be dismantled entirely. Nail Van Darnus, however, was not yet ready to abandon his obsession with the Meteor Project, refusing to allow the efforts of House Darnus to be left for naught, and also, Nail was tempered. After learning of his deployment to Eorzea, Van Darnus knew his wait was over, and seized upon the opportunity to appeal to the Emperor regarding the merits of resurrecting the project, claiming that he had discovered a means by which to successfully control Dalamud. After enduring a decade-long stalemate on the Eorzean front, the aged Emperor, impatient to solidify his legacy before his death, yeah, wink wink if you guys know, had once again become willing to entertain the notion of a realm-wide cleansing. of the Beastmen and their icons. Thus, the second phase of the Meteor Project was commenced. So that's when all this shit started happening. So basically, that's what Sid's talking about, is the original Meteor Project that ended in the Bozia incident and took Midas's life. Sid and
so
Biggs
I
and
ran,
Wedge.
left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks.
Yes, so this is the insignia of the ironworks right here. It's a... I think it's a gyodrive. I'm gonna double check. Wreathed in Flames. Yes, I found it. The ironwork sigil is a gyrodrive, a crucial component of the ceruleum engine wreathed in flames. So that, if you ever see that, that's Garland Ironworks' symbol, insignia, logo thing. Biggs and Wedge. And that's 1.0 Sid when he didn't have a beard. He looks like such a weird baby. I'm glad he has the beard now. He looks better. Hey! Wait. That's me.
Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles.
Well, that would also help hide the
Eorzea opened
Guardian
my eyes.
Eye.
It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them. I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose. I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home. I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. That light. It was you, wasn't it?
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye.
Like the one on your forehead?
Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess.
So I think that's supposed to be a little ambiguous,
The
because
Enterprise was made for this. To carry Eorzea's protectors into battle.
if you were around in 1.0, I think Sid would say there that he remembers you, he recognizes you, that you were the Warrior of Light back then. And this kind of still kind of plants that seed a little bit, if you want to interpret it that way, that you were one of the Warriors of Light before the calamity.
I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Alphinaud, my boy. Sorry to have been such...
Alphinaud. Alphino.
I remember everything.
He remembers everything! Woohoo!
My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything.
Hell yeah, Sid, let's go!
Come. It would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
Let's get her. I guess this is the Howling Eye. And like I said earlier, these are symbols of the Ixal. Talk to Sid. What is it, mister? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts at a time like this. Or do you truly wish to return to Gridania? No. Don't worry about me. All our efforts, all our travails, all of it was for this. Make ready, mister, for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. The Howling Eye, now accessible. Into the Howling Eye with a party of NPCs. It's our friends, Scion, Conjurer, Thaumaturge, and Lancer. Let's go! Oops. Sorry for the bump. There she is. Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. "12 preserve. She's huge. As I live and breathe. Tempered Ixal. Over there. Look. What? They have kobolds all chained up? And Amalja? Amalja and kobold prisoners, but why would the Ixal bring them here? Why do they have the prisoners in the first place? Sup, girl? Just got home. Hello, Ichio-san. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Wherefore come you hither, foolish mortals? Garuda, we are come to put an end to your reign of terror. Hear you this blasphemy, my children? These landwalkers would bring me low. So this is a good opportunity to talk about Garuda. So Garuda is the name given to the terrible goddess of the Ixal. Though supremely elegant in both form and movement, this bloodthirsty deity and her merciless whims inspire fear even amongst her most devoted worshippers. Capricious in the extreme, the gentle breeze that surrounds her can sweep forth in a tempestuous gale at the slightest provocation. So the origin myth, legend has it that the birdmen of the Ixal once lived on a floating continent known as Ayatlan, where they protected the furthest reaches of the heavens as Garuda's divine soldiers. But evil that saturated the land began to reach upwards and infect the skies above. A time came, however, when the evil that saturated the land below began to reach upwards to infect the skies above. Thence did Garuda order her minions to descend and cleanse the ground of the vile influence, bidding them to remain there as guardians that the heavens may never again be thus threatened. To this day, the Ixal have dwelled upon the land, dreaming of an end to their sacred duty and a return to their lost paradise in the clouds. Even as this myth is kept alive within the now flightless tribe, entries have been discovered in the recording device of ancient Alleg, the recording devices of ancient Alleg that describe the Isalian, a chimeric race that was... Oh, I shouldn't talk about that. Ooh, I'm gonna have to talk about this later. Oh, this is fascinating. Ooh, I'm gonna have to talk about that later. In Heaven's Word. It's not worth it to talk about it now, but basically, there's a very interesting origin story for Garuda that doesn't have to do with myth and actually has to do with reality. But I can't talk about that yet. Anyway, let's move on. You who are bound to crawl upon the earth should revere me, for I am the wind. Oh, fuck, it did that again. I hate it when it does that. Oh, I gotta... It skipped again. Oh, this happened with Titan too. I have to stop doing that. It's not a for real cutscene. It's like, in case there were people with you, it'll cut. Damn it. But that's a good cutscene. Ah, I need to remember not to expose about... Try not to get swept up in her gales. I have to remember not to do exposition in a cutscene before a trial. Quickly, take cover! Oops, I wasn't quite fast enough. Good thing I'm a tank, haha. Oh, I should have interrupted that. Oops. Oh shit. I should keep her away from the rocks, right? Ha ha ha. The reckoning comes! Oh, so the AI is supposed to hide behind that one, but they didn't. That's funny. Because it was destroyed. We got her. No, 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 no! How in the hells? This is my realm. You have no hope here. None! None! Did you truly believe you could defy a god, Landwalkers? My power is limitless, my children legion. And they have rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. Their gifts sustain me, their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning, mortals, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. Then all shall worship none but me, the one true God. Of course, worship. So long as the Ixal keep praying, she will never fall. Then let's stop them. Oh shit. Ah! Blew them away. No harm will come to you, my children. This is only the beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment. The desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Though Garuda has her eyes on world domination. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine, all mine! You, Landwalker, you who dared to raise your hand against me, you shall be the first to pay for your sins, not with your death, but with your life. You will serve me, Landwalker, to your last breath. Sorry, but I'm kind of nerfed. I kind of am too OP. I cannot be tempered. No, no! I claimed you! You should be mine! Sorry, Bish, I got divine protection. Ooh, I got the crystal of light out of you. Sweet. That should be all of them. I collected all the Dragon Balls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? What are you? What have you done to me? No mortals should possess such power. This is impossible. All right. Yeah, we did it! Last person who collected all 6 of the colorful gems snapped half the life out of existence and lost his head. I know, I am Thanos. I have all of the Infinity Stones now. Oh my god.
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
Hello, Del, by the way.
We've done it. Impossible it is. Kill you all.
Is that all?
Gaius Van Balezar, why are you here? Suddenly.
O Lady of the Vortex, almighty Garuda,
Suddenly Garleans.
of all primals the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country, I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
It does my heart good to know that you know what I'm talking about. That Thanos snap, man. Damn, Gaius.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you!
Yeah, Hydalin's touched me.
Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno, Almighty Ifrit, grant us succor in our hour of need.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
Get him, oh great chicken.
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to.
Oh shit, we have other primal summonings going. Did they just give up their lives? Oh shit, we got 3 primals at once. Ifrit and Titan, we already fought these guys. This is what Ifrit
No.
looks like in 14.
No,
He's
this
like
is all wrong.
more like a lizard.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
Yeah, y'all gonna get triple tempered. Gaius is like, I'll take y'all on.
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
I'm not giving her the gem back. That's mine now. Oh shit, where are the Garleans airlifting in?
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire!
Oh shit. Whoa! Metal. It's fucked up Ifrit. With a squeeze of its hand. This giant robot. Bahamut is in this game, but he's dead, but we will be dealing with him later in another way.
It is you who will suffer, Garuda.
As for what it is, you're going to see soon.
Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
Emerald weapon is also in this game, but we're not going to see it for a very long time.
No! No!
Damn, you're just gonna eat her? Just absorbed 3 primals. Shit.
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
It's probably La Habrea who arranged for kobolds and Amalja prisoners to be there, so all 3 primals could be summoned at once and the weapon could absorb them all. He probably set it all up and duped all of those tribes.
Such is the fate of those who oppose the Empire.
Oh, he's standing on its hand. How cool.
There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
Oh shit, it flies too? OP. Anyway, that was the Ultima
Lord have
weapon.
Mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation?
That's the Ultima weapon of this game.
And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and supreme commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course.
Yeah, lives
The
up to his
Black
name.
Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius. Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat.
That's true, but now we got a much bigger threat on our hands.
While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side, for the time being at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Well, that's hopeful, Alphino. Thanks. We just gotta start making our moves. He's drunk. He's 16! He's not allowed to drink! Or maybe he is allowed to drink. I don't know the drinking laws here. That weapon didn't destroy those primals. It devoured them. Gods only know what else it can do. In Paris, you could. Yeah, in Paris, Alphino, you could drink. Well, he's French, so... Right? The elves are French, so he probably could just drink. All right, fine, Alphino. You may have one little sippy of wine. That's it. Well, that was an experience I would rather not have again. Something else has been troubling me, mister. shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage. When Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... Ah, but I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of the eye is apt to be misread by even the most inquiring mind. Forget I mentioned it. Returning to the subject of our earlier discussion, we may consider the matter of the Prievals closed until further notice. No beast tribe will dare summon their gods so long as that weapon exists. Truly, a more effective deterrent I could not imagine. It almost seems a shame to plot its destruction. Dude, come on. Free wing night? Alphino is ready to return to the Waking Sands. It is past time that we return to the Waking Sands. To leave our headquarters in disrepair for any longer would dishonor the memory of those who fell there. We have been brought to our knees, but we will rest, rebuild, and rise once more. Alright. Well, I guess I'm going to pray return to the Waking Sands. And I can do that with these Vesper Bay Aetheryte tickets. Alright. We are going to pray return to the Waking Sands. Take it back. Oh, but it's so sad with Tataru not here. Enter the Waking Sands, yes. Alright. Oh, it's still dark and sad in here, but all the corpses have been removed, fortunately. It's empty as the grave in here, huh? Or empty as anything, but man, we gotta clean up. All of this stuff is still busted. Nobody touched a single chair. All they did was pull out the corpses. I had no idea, mister. I can only imagine how you felt when you returned that day. It was awful. Oh, wait. There's a fireplace somewhere, I'm sure of it. I forgot if there was one in the Solar. I guess we'll find out in a few seconds. Tell me, mister, does aught here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. Could it be that we have trespassers? Mayhap it is just my imagination. Come, let's proceed into the Solar. Oops, didn't mean to bump the microphone. Wait. Ida? Who goes there? Now, Ida, is that any way to greet a friend? Alphino, mister! Sid? Wait, is this a dream? Not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Ida. I don't believe it. I was sure you'd been... This place has seen better days. Also, where's Papa Limo? You're never without Papa Limo. You know, I wasn't actually here when I was still in talks at the Adder's Nest. The first I knew about it was when I came back and I saw Ida. The church had taken care of the bodies, but that still left the stains. It was hard to know where to start if Ishtola hadn't been here to help me. Oh, so you guys cleaned all the blood. Ishtola is here too? Yes, but she's not here right now. She's gone to Ul'dah to meet a man who might know what happened to the others. Papalimo and Minfilia weren't among the dead, according to the church. Ishtola thinks they were taken somewhere. Right, Papalimo is in prison. That's why he's not here. Upon the orders of the Black Wolf, no doubt. Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires, knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the primals, one that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. Oh, you mean... Wait, I have that. Gaius will be aware of its existence, as well as the immunity it grants the gifted to the primal's influence. Powerful though his Allagan weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Minfilia to gain an understanding of the Echo, none of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter. The Empire has shown its hand, and now we must act. It is up to us to rebuild the Scions and save Eorzea. Can I count on you, Ida? What? Oh, yes! Yes, of course! Whatever you need! We can discuss our next move upon Y'shtola's return. For now, I say we rest. Well, we gotta make it a little less gloomy in here if we want to sleep. You're just resting against the wall? I guess we did go through a lot. Are you asleep standing against the wall, Sid? That's almost impressive.
Hear, feel, think.
Heidelin's speaking to me.
Bringer of light.
Yes.
Brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright.
That's right, Mom. You still have to congratulate me for getting all the Dragon Balls. All of the
Heidelin, all made one.
Yeah, I got all of the Infinity Stones, right.
Hearken unto me now, for the darkness doth begin to spread.
Yes, Mommy
Worthy
Heidelin.
the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always.
La Habrea's bad, okay.
The crystals shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both.
Cool.
Steel thyself, for at the appointed hour thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness. Go with caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
Okay, Mommy Heidelin. Yay, I'm not alone. Y'shtola! Mister! I see you and Alphino are safe. And Sid. That we five should meet each other thus defies simple explanation. It is as if the benevolent hand of Master Louis Sois guides us still. Or Heidelin? He would not see us undone so easily. Not now, when the need is so great. Stella, you're being noisy. Hope Samadhi's still okay. Nobody took it. I know where Minfilia and the others are being held. Where? An Imperial stronghold in the heart of Mordona. Castrum Sentry. Alright. Yay, we're finally going to Mordona. It's about time. Gaius may have called it a weapon of ancient Alug, but I saw extensive Magitech modifications. An Imperial castrum. 'Twas to be expected, I suppose. Alright, let's do this. Let's go and rescue Minfilia and the others. The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, mister. Even under normal circumstances. Breaching the defenses of an Imperial castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now that Castrum Sentry houses prisoners whom the Garleans deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. If we are to free our friends, we will require an effective strategy, and if we are to formulate an effective strategy, we will require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us with this. Lord Portolan of House Durandare. I talked to him before. He's smart. He's kind of a stick in the mud, but alright. He is stationed at the Observatorium in Kurthus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Alright! Finally, that'll be a good chance for me to finish my Kurthus quest that I still have hanging. It is unfortunate indeed that we were able to regroup here. I did not care much for my chances of surviving a foray into an Imperial stronghold alone, but I am certain that together, we will find a way to rescue our fellow Scions. Alright. Then let's just go to Camp Dragonhead. Maybe I should say hi to Lord Orshifon since we're here. Orshifon! Good afternoon. Your service to House Forton will not be forgotten, my friend. If ever you have need of me, do not hesitate to ask. Yes, sir. Wait, no, I need to go this way. We're back where we started, right at the beginning of this stream 6 hours ago? There's the observatorium over there. You can see the giant telescope. I have quite a few tasks to complete here. Right. It's the dungeons. Hold up, though. They want us to do Zamael Darkhold. Okay. I'll do that first. Right, Portolan's in there. Ah, mister, the man who unmasked the heretic in our midst. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? You are an associate of Y'shtola, but of course, Lord Driamon confided to me that you were a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Yeah. Surprise! Castrum Sentry, what interest have you all in the Imperials? They hold several of our number, whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I see. That might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led into the castrum, a Huron woman, an Ellison man, and 2 Lalafels, 1 male, 1 female. It's hard to have these secret identities if everyone keeps telling everyone. Well, at this point, the Scions have been completely destroyed. So, if anything, it's like a relief to know, oh, some of you are still around, thank God. It's kind of becomes that dire of a situation. But in general, yes. It's them. It has to be Minfilia, Urianger, Papalymo, and Tataru. If that scant morsel is of use to you, you may also be interested to hear about a more recent incident. An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Kurthus not long ago. 2 men believed to be prisoners, a Rugadin and a Lalafel, were seen fleeing the craft. What did you say? A Rugadin and a Lalafel, Master Garland. Neither wore Imperial dress, and they both seemed disinclined to wait for rescue, hence our assumption that they were prisoners. Well, I'll be damned. It's Biggs and Wedge. Trust those 2 rascals to escape. We must find them, mister, and soon. The Imperials will not rest until they are captured or killed, and if Biggs were given the choice, I fear he'd take the latter. That is because Biggs and Wedge are Garlean deserters. So that actually does not shock me anymore, that he would take that drastic a measure. Freeing those held in Castrum Sentry will require substantial planning and preparation. As such, it is an endeavor that will admit some slight delay. The matter of the escapees, by contrast, will not. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in pursuit. It is likely only a matter of time before they catch them. If you wish to see your comrades again, you had best act now. If, as has been suggested, the Garleans took our fellow Scions prisoner in hopes of understanding the Echo, it seems reasonable to assume that they will not be executed until such a time as the study is complete. But Biggs and Wedge are not Scions, nor do they know aught of the Echo. As Lord Portolon said, this may prove our only chance to rescue them. I say we seize it. They're your people, Cid, so thank you, everyone. You won't regret this. Biggs and Wedge were in Final Fantasy X. They're Blitzball players. Oh, here we are. Gaius and the Tribuni of the 14th Imperial Legion. Final preparations are almost complete, my lord. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work. But all our efforts will be vindicated when the Emperor's vision becomes a reality. At last, we have the power to purge this land of its false gods. We shall give the ignorant children of Eorzea the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide. And it's Cid. Biggs and Wedge were in Final Fantasy VII, and Cid's been in pretty much all of them. I think maybe one or two of the very first ones he might not have been in. I think he's not in Final Fantasy I, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, Cid's in pretty much every Final Fantasy ever. But yeah, Biggs and Wedge were in FF7. And there's another FF7 reference with Biggs and Wedge that will show up when we get to Mordona. As you say, my lord. Rest assured, our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. I know he was in 3 or 6, and everyone since. I don't remember anything at all about tactics or the first one. I know he's definitely in Final Fantasy 3 and 4 because I played those. And 5. So since it at least Final Fantasy 3, but I forgot if he was in 2 or 1. Might have started in 2. I guess I'd have to look it up. I think Cid is in tactics, but because we end up fighting the tactics Cid in a raid in Final Fantasy 14. But he was like Sidolphus Orlando or something like that. So it was like Cid was put in this whole ass name that was like Sidolphus. But I have never actually played tactics myself. I want to so bad. If they release it on the Switch, I'm snapping it up. Ratatan, you depart for Castrum Occidens at midnight. You will command the Western Front in Vilbrand. The Eorzeans will attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see that they do not. My lord, if this be your will, I shall carry it out to the best of my ability. I live only to serve the Empire. Yet, forgive my impudence, but it is proper to give command of half of our forces to a... I have given you nothing, Prefectus. You have earned it. That will be all. Dismissed. Wiki says he was in every one except the first one, but later makes a reference to a Cid character that made ships in one. Which one is it? Yes, my lord. My cat is sniffing around and stepping on my books. My quarters, 1 hour. Oh my god, this fucking line, I'm pretty sure it's only an English version and they're like, oh, they're totally boinking, but really in reality, I think it's like Livia has a one-sided obsession with him rather than it being mutual. I mean, later releases make a reference to a shipholder in FF1 named Cid. Oh, gotcha. So they retrofitted Cid in there. That's funny. They're like, actually there was a Cid. We're putting him in there. Lord Portolan would like to aid your search for Biggs and Wedge. My purpose here is to reconnoiter Garlean activity along Abalathia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honor of being acquainted with Y'shtola. Now, the report of the Imperial airship's emergency landing came to us by way of the Zemael Darkhold, situated to the west. Hey, I was supposed to go there anyway. Our man stationed at the entrance, a knight named Sir Briselt, may be able to tell you more. So as to expedite your mission, I shall furnish you with a letter of introduction. I pray that you will soon be reunited with your comrades. May the Fury grant you strength. Is it proper for a lord to be reconnoitering like that? I don't know if he's a lord per se. He could be... The Durandares do have red hair, so he definitely could be a lord, I guess. I just don't know for sure if he's just a high-ranking member of the Durandare Guard or if he's a Durandare himself, but he possibly is due to the red hair. That's the Orm Vale, right? No, that's where I'm supposed to go. So this is the Zemael Darkhold that we're coming to. And this is also a dungeon that we might as well do now. Anyway, let's talk to Briselt first. You stand before the Zemael Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the great Ishgardian house of the same name. None but authorized personnel may enter. A letter from Lord Portolan. So you have come about the Imperial airship. According to our scouts, the vessel had scarce touched the ground when a pair of men, captives by all accounts, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have since been sighted in the area, seeking to recapture them. He fancy with those big words. Yeah, I know, exactly. So many people in this game are way too fancy. What? The captives are like your friends, you say? Then let us pray that they are yet a step ahead of their pursuers. The emergency landing reportedly took place near the Arm Vale, situated south and west of here. Hey, I need to go there too. I suggest you take your search there. Seek out a knight named Pyramon. He should be able to assist you. Maybe we should ignore the apparent speed at which we need to find Biggs and Wedge, because it'll be much more convenient for the stream if I just do the quest just like this. Anyway, hello Ophelie. Welcome to the Zemael Darkhold, built to withstand all Dravanian ploys and plans. These were natural caves behind me until House Zemael began to enlarge, connect, and fashion them into a stronghold. Alas and alack, the void sense struck, interrupting the work. Alas! Then, in the confusion, Garleans infiltrated the keep. Alack! All in all, 'twas a fine mess. I take it you're off work tomorrow? Me? Yes. I'm not streaming tomorrow. But I'm just saying it'll be convenient if I just do these on the way instead of, like running back and forth. Since I need to unlock these dungeons anyway. The Garleans were eventually forced into retreat, of course, but the Void Scent remain, and so the fortress goes uncompleted, a home for abominations. Whoa, woe is us! Yet the war with the dragons rages, and we have no knights to spare for this noble mission. Even I am here strictly on a very long tea time arranged by Sir Carolo. Please see these abominations, Sir Adventurer. Sir, I have much prowess with the paperwork, lest should you require aid of that sort. Ophelie, I don't know if you're right for this job. You should be writing poems or something. Stella, where are you? Crawling all over the place. Ugh. What? Who goes there? Oh, you must be the reinforcements. I beg your pardon. Recent sights have left me as skittish as an untrained chocobo. Zemael Darkhold. The name itself sends a shiver up the spine, does it not? The place has been infested by all manner of fearsome voids. Stella, don't step on the... I'm so sorry. Wait, I can't hear anything. Stella, what did you do? Stella! Why can't I hear anything? Stella, what did you step on? No! Fuck. Stella stepped on my keyboard and fucked something up. Why can't I hear anything? What happened? Ah! Ah! My cat stepped on my keyboard. What in the world? Should I just start hitting random buttons and see if it'll turn it back on? No. No, that's not it. Why? Maybe if I restart voice meter. Hold on a moment. Yeah, what happened was I don't know if you guys can hear anything of the game audio, but I can't hear anything because Stella stepped on my keyboard and hit something. Oh, you're changing laundry to the dryer. Yeah. My cat stepped on my keyboard and now I can't hear any game audio. So, actually, this is probably a good time for me to take a break anyway, because I needed to take a teensy break anyway. So, I'm going to take a break and try to fix this, hopefully. So, I'll be right back. All right, I guess I hit the right thing. I have no idea what button that was, but I guess I pushed whatever Stella hit and fixed it. Dangerous. Wow. Okay. I just had to think like a cat. Yeah, eventually I was just pecking like, I think she stepped here, like on the keyboard. All right, anyway, why I've even heard of statues come to life. While we Ishgardians pride ourselves on seeing to our own defenses, the threat this time is simply too great. You'll see to those abominations, won't you? Yes, I think we will go to the Zemail Darkhold. This I need to play with real people. So is anyone around who might like to join my party in Adamantoise? You can just like yell in the chat. If not, I'll make a party. Hopefully this will go better than Karin did. At least this time I have artifact gear, and hopefully that will be enough and I won't be under geared for this. Artifact gear has got to be adequate, right? Do I have a better axe yet? No, I don't have a better axe yet. I hope this is good enough. Anyway, let me open to the Zemail Darkhold page. Here we go. So since I won't have time to talk much as I am doing the dungeon, because I'll be with actual people who want to do this as quickly as possible, let me just say, the Count's ambition, seeking to utilize an existing labyrinth of natural caves, Count Tarison of House Zemael, ordered the construction of the Darkhold near the end of the Sixth Astral Era, so this is actually rather recent. Count Tarison is still the head of House Zemael to this day. So he intended it to serve as a refuge for those fleeing the flames of the Dravanian horde, which would be rather effective since it's like in rock in the side of a mountain. When the house's digging uncovered an entrance to the void, allowing an army of void sent into this realm, however, they were forced to withdraw from the subterrane and suspend their plans. To add insult to injury, Imperial troops exploited the confusion to take up position within the caves. In a bid to liberate the Darkhold, a young Autoirel de Fortemps assembled his knights at the hamlet of Owl's Nest. Bolstered by the presence of capable adventurers, they succeeded in removing the Garleans, earning the future Lord of House Fortemps considerable renown. The Void Scent, however, proved to be considerably more difficult to purge, and after some years at a standstill, the call went out once more for brave souls who might aid in reclaiming the caves once and for all. So the Autoirel de Fortemps, who purged the Garleans, who led the charge against the Garleans in the Zemail Darkhold, is Orshiffon's half-brother. And he's in line to become the next Count de Fortemps. And we will meet him in Heavensward. Anyway, himself a student of architecture, Count Tarison de Zemael had hoped to minimize the cost of building a fortress by taking advantage of a natural cave system. The myriad troubles that beset the Darkhold's construction, however, led to his renouncing his title under pressure from his sons, the whispering amongst our Ishgardian nobility are to believe. Oh, so Count Tarison is not Count anymore, I guess. He's still like the patriarch, but walks on your keyboard. Ah, Ichio-san, you're going to turn off the audio again. So I guess it must be a son of Count Tarison now who's like technically the Count. All right. So I'm going to trust 3 strangers and hope this goes okay. I'm a tank, aren't I in demand? Nobody wants to go to Zemail Darkhold? Well, as I'm waiting, I guess I can talk about the void scent we're going to see, since I won't have time to read while I'm in there. So we're going to see a large Ahriman called the All-Seeing Eye. An immense Ahriman whose menacing eye seems to strip bare the essence of all things. With but a mere glance, it is said to call down a curse upon its enemies, while its robust wards stymie the efforts of archers, sending their arrows skittering harmlessly away. Oh, so that's why that happens. His wards. And the final boss of Zemail Darkhold will be a void scent called Batral. In the course of the Darkhold's construction, the workers of House Zemail discovered, and to their sheer horror, roused, a gargoyle. A type of void scent that manifests in the source by merging its essence with a stone. The creature believed to have occupied a position of great power amongst its kind, a fact indicated by the pair of massive blades it brandishes. In gargoyle society, such as we understand it, size does appear to matter, because Batral, as we will see, is quite a large gargoyle. So void scent, I've explained this in the previous video too, but they're from a whole other world. And rifts between our world and theirs open up, and one of these void gates must have been inside of these caves and put a damper on plans to build up the Zemail Darkhold. Looks like it would have been pretty sweet too. I mean, look at this little cave, look at these waterfalls. Like, it would have been a pretty sweet place to hole up if it was, you know, not crawling with demons. Too bad it will never get completed. Or maybe it will someday, but yeah. I mean, this door is pretty cool. But yeah, House Zemail took on this project because they are the House of Builders. They're the second most powerful High House of Ishgard. And they have the most famous stonemasons in Ishgard. So they've built a great load of things, and anything that requires a lot of building and a lot of stone and a lot of architecture, they got their hands in. So that's why they thought to build this thing out of a natural cave. How's everybody's evenings going? Here's another, well, I guess to read more stuff while we wait, there's another description for Zemail Darkhold I found in the other encyclopedia. As the name suggests, the construction of the Darkhold was financed by House Zemail, which sought to utilize existing underground caves to build, oh, there we go, a flawless fortification against the Dravanian horde, but they went in there and uncovered a gate to the void, and all sorts of demons started spilling out of there. All right. So the Ring of Light is leftover Magitech stuff from when the Garleans were here. All right, go time. Oh wait, shit. There we go. Haha! In here. Oh wait, shit. Yeah! Okay. Let's go here. This way. There we go. Now we're gonna fight this thing. The all-seeing eye, like I was talking about earlier. Ah, in! Get in! Thank you. Okay. Now these little bat things with scythes are void sent too. All void sent down here, except there were some ghosts too, and some little creatures, but these are definitely void sent. Alright, we did it! We did it! Agitech transporter. Still here from when the Garleans were here. Alright. I'm so glad you can't fall off of here anymore. Alright, there it goes. Shit, I fucked that up. Ah! Shit, I'm sorry. Okay, home gang. Just in case. Alright, that didn't need to come to that, but just in case. I was being safe. Oh yeah, this thing takes its leisurely time marching out here. Tallurd. Also a void scent. Brr, brothers to arms! Alright, we did it. Yay! was a nice LB, if I do say so myself. Not mine, of course, but I do believe that was a good LB. Oh no, Neko! Oh no! Oh shit. Sorry, Riot. Wait, did I already come this way? No, I didn't. Fuck. That's Batraal. A very large gargoyle. All good? Altar to Saint Danifin. We were just talking about him earlier. They really like Saint Danifin. Oh well. I'll keep him occupied and leave the crystal to them. I think that's the strat, right? Oh. Use Void Pitch at his feet. So if there are corrupted crystals down here, I wonder if that means Somehow these caves were affected by the calamity. All right, we did it. All done. Yay. Oh, I got 2 comms. Kind of them. I don't feel like I deserved it. Oh well. Yay, that's all done. So let's go find Biggs and Wedge. Apparently they're by the Arm Vale, which is the other dungeon I need to unlock. Oh, let's talk about Null. What kind of dragon, what kind of bad stuff has he been doing? Let's see. Null. Ah, yes. You know how Ishgard is about dragons. The Holy See managed to get Null and a few other dragons on the elite mark list. A favor to be repaid in kind, I'm sure. The dragons, Null and Svara, are best known for their attack on the Steel Vigil, which left this fortress a smoking ruin. Notable casualties include the 3rd son of House Einart. Ooh. Did you kill Brancel's uncle? Okay, 7 hours is enough to need to head to work. Good luck on your endeavors. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much for sticking around that long, Del. I hope you have a great evening. Thank you so much for all your help and sticking by. All right, I have a bunch to talk to you guys about too. Willielmus. Hail, adventurer. Wait, do not tell me. Nedrick sent you. Tell me this, adventurer. Do you know how the Arm Vale earned its most enticing name? Well, allow me to enlighten you. The cave is rich with sulfur and mithril ore, which, through reactions with the groundwater, combine to exude golden-hued fumes. A beautiful sight. That is, until you realize the damn death clouds are burning your chest from within. If you still wish to take your life in your hands, I'll not be the one that stops you, but do try not to get killed. I've dragged enough corpses out of the Vale to last me a lifetime. Yeah. The Vale is spicy. But I'm not gonna start the Arm Vale just yet because of Grand Company stuff. I'm just gonna go on and find Biggs and Wedge. We've been keeping them waiting long enough. The Imperial airship. Aye, I saw it approach to land with my own 2 eyes. I hastened the landing site, arriving just in time to see the vessel take to the skies again, but not before it had deployed a detachment of troops. Rough orders were being barked, and there was an air of consternation about them. Oh, good. This is very good information. They were prisoners aboard the airship, it seems, and they seized the opportunity to flee when the vessel was forced to land. The Garleans who were deployed formed research parties and proceeded to scour the wilderness. In order to alert our forces, I returned to my post to find evidence that someone had been here in my absence, Whoever they were, they tried the door to no avail and decided to go elsewhere. That's probably good. If Biggs or Wedge had gone in there, they probably would have died. Huh. All in all, I marked 2 sets of footprints, one large and one small. If you search the area, mayhap you will be able to follow the prints to their owners. Thank you, bro. The air within the arm veil is thick with noxious gases, fatal even in small doses. If you must enter, do so fully prepared. Yeah, Biggs and Wedge might have been in a bad way if they actually went in there. Footprints. Time to play detective. Any more footprints? Ah, over there. Ooh, look at all of that red crystal. I'm pretty sure that happened because of the calamity too. This is the first time we've really been down in Boulder Downs. Yeah, you can see Allegan shit from here. Anyway, we're looking for footprints. We're looking for Biggs and Wedge. I shouldn't get distracted. These are tiny footprints, smaller than mine. Maybe they're Lalafell feet. Oh? Hello? Underneath the bridge. Wedge! We found Wedge! So cold. I want to go home. Wedge, yo. What? Please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as succulent as I look. It's all skin and bones underneath, I swear. Oh, mister, it's you. Thank goodness you're here. It's been awful. The Garleans were snapping at our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. I was so hell's bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping maw. Thrice! And when I finally found cover, it hit me how cold and hungry I was. Biggs? He isn't here. He went off in a different direction to lure our pursuers away. It's me, Sid. Have you had any success? Wedge is right here, my man. Track down Wedge. That's wonderful news. Now what of Biggs? I see. Well, it hardly surprises me that the big fellow went off as he did. For all the tongue lashings he gives Wedge, he's always taken care of him. I've scoured the area surrounding the Darkhold, but have nothing new to show for it. At any rate, we know for a fact Biggs headed west. With both Ida and Y'shtola helping out, I'm sure he'll turn up soon. Now then, I'll make my way over to your position while keeping an eye out for Biggs. If memory serves, there should be an Ishgardian fortification not far to your west. Monument Tower, I believe it's called. Let us meet there. Dare I hope? Was that Master Garland you spoke with? Mm-hmm. After 5 long years, thank goodness he's alive. I'm feeling better now, mister. Let's go to Monument Tower and wait for the chief to arrive. You're a long way from home, adventurer. So this is Monument Tower. This area, I haven't even talked about this area. This area is called the Boulder Downs. Before the calamity, Boulder Downs was a vast sloped lea littered with moraine deposited by the realm-swallowing glaciers long receded. The rain of debris that accompanied the fall of Dalamud, however, transformed the landscape into a frozen wasteland pocked with gaping impact craters and peculiar dark matter formations. So, Monument Tower. Pilgrims of the Ishgardian faith often stop here to pray to the sacred stone suspended within the Fury's gaze, a holy place guarded by the temple knights stationed within the tower. The Fury's gaze? Oh, right there. Well, you know what? I'm curious. Let's go look at the Fury's gaze. We gotta wait for Sid anyway, right? So they're meant to guard the Fury's gaze because it's a sacred spot for... Oh, wow. This place is beautiful. So this is the Fury's gaze. Sacred Halone place. Hold on a second. You can... It's really hard to make out, but the 3 spears of Halone are carved into this kind of spiky rock attached to the stalactite. Trying to get it at a good angle where you guys can see it, but it's really faint, but it's there. It's the 3 spears of Halone, so this is indeed a sacred spot. You can kind of see it like this a little better. See the 3 kind of horizontal slashes? That's the 3 spears of Halone. Anyway, let's go to Monument Tower. All right, Abelie, hello. Well met and welcome, adventurer. What brings you to this frozen corner of the realm? Oh, it would seem your companion has caught a chill. Come and warm yourself by the fire. I will bring you a hot broth. Oh, how nice. I'm sure Wedge really needs it. How are we feeling now, then? Stay here as long as you need. The same goes for you, friend. 'Tis plain you have a hard journey ahead of you. You must find rest when you can. Oh, how nice of you. Nice lady. You have done well to brave the frozen wilderness, adventurer. Stay a while and be warm. I'm fine now, thanks to you, but I can't bear to think that Biggs is still all alone in the cold with Garleans on his heels. He lured the enemy away for my sake, and now he's suffering for it. I hate to have to rely on you again, mister, but do you think you could search for Biggs? I haven't the slightest notion where he might be at the moment, but maybe, just maybe, the people here have seen something. Thank goodness you found me, mister. I would have frozen or drowned or been eaten by a mud puppy if it wasn't for you. A Rugadan gentleman dressed in the same manner as your companion. I'm sorry, he did not come by here. Let me think a moment. I would not raise your hopes unduly, but there is a cave situated a short distance to the south. We call it Fury's Gaze, and it may be worth the while to investigate. Hey, I was just there. I make this suggestion only because your friend seems like a selfless sort. Rather than drawing the enemy to this tower, mayhap he elected to pass us by. Yeah. Yeah, I was just at the Fury's Gaze. Maybe I should have waited before I showed you guys. This place is pretty anyway. Oh, Biggs! Were you here the whole time? Oh, Biggs! Oh, how pretty. Oh, a chill runs down your spine. Alright, there's a remnant here. Oh, we need Karage-kun out here. Oh god, all the plasmoids in here want to kill me now. Great. Oh my goodness. All right. Phew, finally. That was a lot of ghosts. Well, plasmoids aren't ghosts exactly. That was a lot. Nope, he's not there. Did Sid show up? Mister, were you able to learn anything? Not in this area. Well, that stands to reason, I suppose, seeing as he was trying to lure Garleans away from me. But where within this vast sea of snow and ice could he be? Wedge is determined to find Biggs. We can't give up, mister. We must find Biggs before he succumbs to the cold or is recaptured. There must be someone in this tower who can help us, even if it's only to tell us where else to look. Ask them for me. Ask anyone who will listen, and hurry! Biggs' chance of survival grows slimmer by the moment. I guess you're still warming your toesies and drinking that broth instead of asking them yourself. A lot of stairs. A lot of stairs. Ah, here we go. Oh, so this must be, Monument Tower must be held by House Einhart because they've got the rose on their shield. All right, Ignace. Your friend is lost in the wilderness, you say. If he's not to be found around here in the vicinity of the Darkhold, it is possible he made for Whitebrim. To reach it, one must travel through Danafin Pass, to the southern end of which lies to the north and east of here. I've been there before. While I make no guarantee that your search will bear fruit, it is surely better than worrying in idleness. I wish you luck. Oh, and one more thing. Do tread warily when climbing the stairs here. Not a moon ago, I near broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble. Oh, that's just telling me to jump off. It seems the fate of Monument Tower to watch the Watcher. 'Twas built to guard the Fury's gaze, and the stone beyond price hidden in its depths. And now it keeps vigil against the Garlean outpost, for the jewel that is Ishgard must never fall into the Empire's unclean hands. You're not leaving snow and ice in your wake, I hope? The melted stuff is right hazardous, mark you. Not a moon ago, I near broke my neck when I slipped and took a tumble. I have survived countless campaigns against dragons. I would sooner not be remembered as the knight who was undone by a puddle. The laughter would surely follow me all the way to the great beyond. Well, you know what? You know what? I slipped! And I'm not dead. Woohoo! Alright, let's check out Danifin Pass then. Oh, there's... Oh. Ida and Y'shtola. Oh my god, it's Biggs! There he is! Alright, Ida. Mister, we found Biggs, but he's in trouble. Our orders are to take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer? Why don't you come and find out, Tinhead? Ah, mister, it is well that you are here. The situation is grave. Biggs is in a bad way. We need to do something right now. Ida has the right of it. He will perish if we delay. With me! Alright, we're gonna attack them all. He's not alone. Kill them all. Protect Biggs and defeat the Imperial troops. How did you know where to find me? Lucky guess. Hold your ground. Reinforcements are coming. Uh-oh, reinforcements? The more the merrier. I'll pound you all into the next Umbral era. Ida, less provoking and more pummeling if you would be so kind. Oh, shit. Vanguards, destroy them. Biggs is like, yeah, I'm gonna go and destroy the shit out of this huge machina. Like, wow, bro. Biggs, don't just fight it head on. That's dangerous. Master, mister, stay close to Biggs. I will. You hold me with a chain? Damn. So mean. Shit. Yeah, AoE's killing me. Yeah! Ow. These Magitech vanguards. Ah, how many of them are there? Yeah, I'm fighting 3 Machina at once, y'all. More time we have, more than are conducive to merriment. Next time, Ida, have a care what you wish for. This is the last of them. Oh, get... Oh, fuck. Get her ass, Y'shtola. That's what I meant to say. Alright, this is the last one. And it's dead. We did it. My thanks. Another moment and I would have... He has been too long in the cold. We must find shelter for him. Monument Tower, let's go. You must be cold too, Ida. Like, damn. Monument Tower, you say? Very well. Ida and I shall bear him there with all haste. Thanks, you guys. My friends. Sid will be so happy to see Biggs and Wedge again. Oh, I love reunions. Here we are at Monument Tower. He's just crying, crying. I cannot thank you enough, mister. And the same goes for the rest of you. Thank you all so much. Oh, don't mention it. We are a family, are we not? Oh, Y'shtola. Well, yes, it's just I didn't think I'd ever see him again. I owe the lot of you my life. And you saved Wedge's too, mister. I'm losing count of how many I owe you. And they have their reunion with Sid! They thought he's been dead for 5 years. Biggs! Wedge! Gods, it's good to see the two of you again. Chief! It's you! It's really you! In our hearts, we knew you were still alive, but to finally see you in the flesh... Oh, even Biggs is crying. When Alphino told me of the raid on the Waking Sands, I feared the worst. What happened? The enemy struck with nary a warning. We didn't stand a chance. Wedge and I were in the workshop when they came. Before we knew what was happening, the Imperials had us at gunpoint. It must have been awful. There's one thing I don't understand, though. How did the Garleans get there so fast? I mean, the Immortal Flames should have seen them coming, right? I myself have asked the same question. That day, when I returned to the carnage at the Waking Sands, I noted naught amiss in horizon. Nothing at all to suggest the passing of an Imperial force. From this, I conclude that the Garleans came neither by land nor by air. Nay, they were born there by potent teleportation magics. Magics of the kind used by the Asians. Oh, that would make sense. They wouldn't be able to... Yeah. Exactly. There's no aetheryte in Horizon. Oh no, there is one in Horizon. There's no aetheryte in Vesper Bay, but even if there was, pure blood Garleans like Livia wouldn't be able to use it. Carry on. So Laha Brea teleported them there. How mean. We gotta kick his ass. We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into the cargo bay of a waiting airship. I can't rightly say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold, Castrum Sentry. Upon arrival, we were marched off into the main complex. Biggs and I were thrown into a detainment cell together, while Minfilia and the others were taken elsewhere. That was the last we heard from them. Castrum Sentry. What happened next? Well, we were being held in isolation for what felt like years, but was probably moons or maybe only weeks. Probably only weeks. And then, without warning, the Imperials collected the pair of us and put us on another vessel, which we found out was bound for Garlemald, much to our dread. We knew that if we were taken back there, we weren't like to leave again. They would execute them for being deserters. So, risky though it was, we sabotaged the ship's altitude control and thereby forced an emergency landing. And in the midst of the ensuing chaos, we managed to slip our captors. The rest, as they say, is history. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ha! If I didn't know any better, I'd call that a likely story. Sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel. That will have been Biggs's handiwork, like as not. You're always resourceful in a tight spot, my friend. Aw, shucks. Mister, thank you for returning my dear assistance to me. It would seem I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. There are still many questions in my mind, but answers can wait. Minfilia and the others still want for rescue. All right, you lot. Garland Ironworks is back in business. Let's go and give the Imperials what for. Hurrah! Wedge. Thank goodness you found me, mister. That's the same. Biggs. I knew the chief was still alive. Deep down, I always knew. And he looks healthy, too. Well, he could do with a shave, I suppose. But other than that, he looks better with the beard. Right, Sid. Thanks to you, Biggs and Wedge are with us again. Now we must find a way to rescue Minfilia and the others. Gods know we've been keeping them waiting too long already. Based on what we've learned, I believe it's safe to say they're being held at Castrum Sentry. So let us reconvene at Revenant's Toll in Mordona. 'Tis as good a place as any to prepare, and better than most. The road leading east and south will get you there. When we arrive, let us seek the advice of the local adventurers. We're bound to learn a thing or two that will benefit our mission. Now that we found Biggs and Wedge, there's no reason for us to remain here any longer. Let us make for Revenant's Toll in Mordona, then we can make our plans to rescue the others. Alright. So... I believe I will stop once I attune with the Aetherite in Revenant's Toll. So I'm just gonna mosey over to Mordona, and I will give y'all the huge lowdown on Mordona next Sunday. But the short version is that Mordona is the geographical heart of Eorzea. And, but it's a wasteland nowadays, like hardly anybody lives there. The only people who live there are in Revenant's Toll, pretty much. So, it was already kind of like a wasteland, but then but Mordona got more fucked by, the Calamity than anywhere else, as will become apparent when we cross this threshold. Mordona. See, it had these kind of grass and stuff, but once we pass through, if we get a good view out the other side, here we are in Revenant's Toll. We will be back here many, many times. But yeah, if you look out here, all these crystals everywhere, including corrupted ones, this is all damage. Mordona got clobbered by both the battle at Silvertear Falls and the Calamity, which happened at Cartano, which is not that far from here. Above Cartano, I should say. Alright. So I have attuned with the Aetherite. And... I'm gonna call it a night. We should probably start with the Armvale next Sunday. And then I will continue on here. And we'll see if we can rescue Minfilia and Rianche and Papalymo and Tataru. So thank you guys very much for hanging with me for very near 8 hours. Really appreciate y'all hanging with me today. Mr. Final Fantasy will be back next Sunday. In the meantime, on Saturdays, I'm going to be needle felting Sponge Silky, the silky minion. And then on next Wednesday, before that, next Wednesday, I'm going to be finishing Okage Shadow King. If any of you like that game or want to hang, I'll be streaming next Wednesday. So I will catch you guys later. Thank you so much. I'll see you next Sunday. Although maybe we should, PewkiePie, you've been here? Oh my god. We should probably raid somebody though, huh? PewkiePie! You literally just joined? No! Joining just when I get off? No! I'm so sorry. Though, I guess you'll be able to see the VOD. We just got to Revenant's Toll, as you can see, and we're kind of starting off from here tomorrow. That's how far we got. We just found Biggs and Wedge and reunited them with Sid. That's where we're at. And we need to go rescue Minfilia and Urianger and Papalymo and Tataru. Yeah, I should probably raid somebody, huh? Let me see. Who's on? Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Well, I know you just literally joined, but I guess you're gonna get pulled along, PewkiePie. I'm gonna raid Tess. Purple Tess is playing Animal Crossing. So let's have some cozy Animal Crossing fun for the last bit of the evening. Or as FF14 nerds call it, Island Sanctuary. No, just kidding. Alright. I'm gonna put in the raid for Purple Tess. And I'll see you guys either next Wednesday or next Saturday for Neil Felting or next Sunday for more Mr. Final Fantasy. Alright, I'll see you then. Bye!